Okay, okay. Here we go for the day, for the week actually. Hello everybody, welcome in to the workshop where we are. Well, the title is actually wrong. This is part 7 of the path to the championship, but I forgot to change the stream title, but it's still the same otherwise. So, I've been working off stream, of course, early in the week, so the chest piece is getting to a pretty good state. Still need to do some work here, and then of course also there's a lot of fine work, but this area is a bit boring right now on both sides. We're gonna fix that, and we are currently working on the back piece. Um, so this just slides on there for now. It's gonna get glued in. Uh, so let's bend down. There we go. This here is going to be sort of, it's not removable, but in game, in character, in world, I guess. This is sort of a power unit that you can go out, take in and out. It probably goes into the body or connects to the spine. I don't know. I have not thought about how this is going to work on the inside of this cybernetic enhanced person, so let's not even try. But yeah, so I'm working on this now, and we're gonna fill out this. I want like to build some mass here to build up some bulk. So if I stand a bit hunched over, it's gonna be like, and then we're gonna work on some shoulder trims, like shoulder pads that are gonna go out in different layers. Yeah, and also fixed up the upper arm bit a little bit, this bit, because that's sort of slides on pretty well now, and it sits as high up as I want it to be, like there. Pretty snug as well. More details and stuff, and then the underarm, and of course the undersuit and all the things that goes with it. Whoa, that's the coolest bot raid I have ever seen. Lol. Bigfollows.com. You people are fucking useless. You know that? Uh, wow, all of them. And then we'll have all the. I mean, these accounts are gonna get. They don't care about them, I guess, because they're just gonna make new silly accounts. Yeah, 5th of March, they're just new. So let's start the stream by blocking all of the bots. Not that they're gonna sort of spam much more, I think, because they usually just come in and spam it and then remove them. That's a hilariously funny screenshot to have. If nothing else, wow, you guys are really wasting time on people. Do you think people will? Do people actually buy it? I mean, why would people buy that? It doesn't give you any monetary like real value stuff anyway. Yeah, it's like no. I wonder if anybody else can still see this. Why can't I? Yeah, here we go. Oh, thank you, sweetie. I was just on. I was just going through all the stuff. Hi. Yeah, I have a cool screenshot of that. That is very, because I tried to ban, well, I did ban, click on the blocking thingy, but I guess, oh, there's the ban button, I see. It was an easy little ban button. Let's just, oh, that's the wrong one, Pixel. Oh, you already, hi, Nosferatu. We're having super fun. We're banning all, I accidentally banned stream elements. I hope everything works. Sorry, stream elements, but we were both banning the bot thingies. That was a whole bunch of bots. Hi, everybody. Hey, I'm just testing out the arm and its new shape, all snug and nice. When the all of the bots came in, they must have been laying in ambush. I don't know. Thanks for helping with the banning, sweetheart. I was trying to click on all of them, but yeah, it takes time. Right, chest piece. Yeah, that's what we're working on otherwise. So it looks like this from the front right now. I'm really loving how this is turning out. There's gonna be some more detailing on the sides here and maybe something around here. I'm not really sure yet. We're gonna build some shoulder things today over the shoulders. And we're gonna build up the whole back piece thingy mojingy here. So far we have a rounded thingy mojingy, which I thought looked cool and then realized this could be like, imagine, I don't know if it's radioactive. I'm gonna go for radioactive because then I can do like a radioactive hazard mark here with paint later. So this is basically some sort of a power cord that slams into the back. All right, you're having glorious lunch. Cool, cool, cool. I already had glorious lunch with the other chicken that I brought. Num 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 num. So right now I'm trying to sort of, I'm just, I am having some scrap bits and I'm trying to place things out and cutting out pieces of paper and paper crafting a bit just to see how I want this to look. There's definitely these type of cables are definitely gonna come out here. We see we have some marks here, and then they're gonna go into. So this part is probably gonna be empty, and then we'll build around this area. I'm gonna bulk it out. Definitely need to finish this part before making the shoulder bit. That's probably gonna get attached here, and then back here. Go out a little bit. Got some good inspiration for some nice shoulder bits by borrowing some design ideas from Aliens. Hello, Rom. Welcome in. How are you today? I hope you are well. And of course, in case I need little rivets, I have all my Google eyes at the ready. Important stuff. We also have a whole bunch of these funny little foam thingies, which have armature wire in them, and it's some are sold for hanging clothes, and some are for tying up hair or whatever. But they're really, really nice. They're not EVA foam, but they're some kind of a soft foam material, so you can use them for pipes and things, either if you want some weird shapes, or just remove the armature wire inside by simply just pulling them apart, removing the little white. Oh, now we have a cool little white flurp, and then just pulling it through from the other end, and now we can have this and we can glue this and we can have all the cables and stuff that we want. So before anybody starts wondering how this works out for a doctor dude and everything, the plan is sort of changed again. Of course it is. We can't keep the same plan all the time, can we? That's not what we do around here. No, I was going through this like, I don't know, when I started to go through this, probably Monday. I was like looking at what I started to put stuff on. Let me go and grab that for you actually. I cut up, this is not the same chest that we used the last time, because that's made from a thicker foam and it started to, I mean, all the wear and tear is just sandable, but I started to put things on. I kind of liked how it looked, it was kind of cool, but it didn't look cyberpunk, it looked more like Wasteland, the dystopia, sci-fi, Fallouty or whatever. I wanted a bit of a cleaner look, so I took that apart, made a pattern from it, and cut a new chest piece out of a thinner foam. So it's a little bit easier to shape, or when you're putting it on, it basically shapes better around your body. It's lighter, of course. Here for the work and lurk. Well, you're most welcome, sir. I hope your computers, your work computers, well, actually, let's hope it's just the computers that mess up and not all the people handling the computers. Let's just say that. User error is the hardest error to fix with computers. Yeah, this is coming along really cool now. I really like this, especially this part. I like this part. Actually, I like this whole part with the curvature and everything here. I'm super happy with that. So now let's see if we can make a similar jump in progress back here. I was thinking about trying to keep like, because this part, as I said, is going to be open for the cables coming out here, or the pipes, or whatever we're calling them. Uh, so I'm thinking about doing a similar thing, maybe keep it snug around here. It's going to be wider, so we can build more layers on that, but we could make something like this on the back as well. Because we want this area open and a way for the cables to come out and other small details. So yeah, let's start by doing what I've been doing most of the week. Otherwise, let's put on a silly amount of layers of masking tape on this and let's draw out some patterns and see what's going on. See if we like this idea. Oh yeah, and I had an idea because this ring isn't stuck yet. I'm gonna make another one of those rings. Uh, Then I'm gonna do some cutouts from this under ring, and then I'm gonna put the new ring on top. And I basically want this to look, the underpart to look like something where you put a tool and basically, hey, fighting games, welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. But basically, if this is like a locking ring that could twist to remove the power core thingy. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you everybody for dropping in. Oh yeah, I'm pretty good actually. Thank you. Uh, I am super excited of working because the front part has come out pretty nice. Still a lot of like small details here and there. Like I'm thinking this is some sort of a clip. We're gonna put some screws on here, I think, and then it's gonna basically look like it's shoved in and then screwed down, so it's holding on. It's very interesting. I was thinking about this earlier today. It's very interesting when you start making something that isn't off. When you're making a cosplay that's your own character, how much world building. Well, it's the cybernetic torso thingy for my character. Uh, but when you're doing your own character, because if I'm gonna go like I want to make something from this game. I know how it looks. I don't have to come up with things. I don't even have to make up any sort of excuses why things look because I'm copying more or less a character that already exists. It's they have this kind of look. This weird thing is hanging from the belt. It doesn't matter what they are. They're just a thing and they should be included. But when you're starting to make up your own character, it's kind of like role playing. When you're making up your own character, you need to know where they come from, where they are, what is the world like, where they're from. Uh, and this here, what we're seeing here is a, I don't know, escaped, lost. I don't know which word to actually use. It's a background story to that whole thing. But this is Subject 87, and it's somewhere in the not too far future when cybernetics has caught up with us or something. What we're gonna call it? Of course, the military, which they already are gonna start experimenting with cybernetics and enhanced super soldiers, that old story. And this is basically a prototype from some army somewhere, and due to slightly mysterious and unknown circumstances, it's loose in the world. So it's not gonna, because it's military, you would maybe imagine it should have like some cool camouflage color, but he's gonna be a pretty bright orangey red. Oh yeah, even though I also have the one that I'm actually using to shape, but yeah, put another one of them to use. I have like a bag full of them, literally. So yeah, that came into good use. But you know what? We have talked about it and I showed you. Let me take this off and I'll show you. I'll give you a better look. I should make a scene at some point that shows the face cam on the whole cam, maybe. Well, I'll gonna mute so I don't scrape the microphone against everything. I lost. Well, these aren't glued in, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, and it's comfortable. It's snug where it is. It's a little bit restrictive when you move your hands here, of course, because this should probably be there, but I also want to bulk out a bit. I've worn this for quite some time as I've been working, and it's not super restrictive for doing anything, which is good because in case I want to ever go to a con with this and show it off, it's kind of nice if it's comfortable. So yeah, so we have the, yeah, and you can see that's the back. Yeah, so let's do some drawing on the back then and see if we can't build up, and then we're gonna probably, oh, we could build up quite a lot over the shoulders and have like, if anybody knows anything about Warhammer 40k, kind of Eldar style. Goes up a little bit here. You can have lights and stuff there. Lights when you're a cybernetically enhanced murder machine could be probably good. I am guessing though that these would have infrared stuff in them as well. But yeah, and then so that's about where. Well, we have some arm parts as well, but that's about where we are. It's also pretty nice. Look like Star Wars robots. I guess they do a little bit. You see, you know some Star Wars. Well, they're space elves, I guess. I don't know if they look like Star Wars robots, I think. I think not. I don't think they look like Star Wars robots, but then again, I am very familiar with both those universes, so I guess I don't see if there's any similarities. But everybody knows some Star Wars, whether they want to or not, I think. That's just how the world rolls. It's just pop culture, a pop culture reference in that case. So this is where the line actually is gonna go, like line, and then we're just drawing in this, so this will like get folded in. If they start not making a lot of money on them, yes. Otherwise, never. I mean, the Star Wars, the saga of the Skywalker saga is over. That is like official, uh, basically. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna make so many. I think it's like 12 or 14 spin-off shows that they're planning on, like the the Obi-Wan Kenobi one. Hey, I can actually speak. Yeah, exactly. Another Disney. As long as, oh, sorry, as long as they can make money of it, Disney will keep making shit. That's for sure. And I will keep watching it. That is also for sure. Oh yeah, we should put like a couple of three like round things, maybe like here. That will look cool. So movies and TV shows galore as long as they can. Yeah, that too. And it is such a big franchise. I mean, they're gonna have to make some really crappy stuff, a lot of it in a row as well, if they're gonna, not keep making it. But you're also not a Star Wars fan, so I liked I liked the prequels. No, the sequels. The prequels not so much, even though I think they have some good moments in them, and as a part of the whole, I think they did a necessary, they fulfilled some kind of a necessary thing. The problem with the prequels was that everything was filmed on green screen, basically. You didn't like 7 and 8? I don't know why people didn't like them. Well, I know some reasons why some people didn't like them, I know, but in general, they're much more like the original Star Wars in how they are filmed. There are some moments. I mean, every movie has some moments for the most part, but that's how it is. It's very hard to make a movie that's gonna be not bad. Mandalorian is not filmed on green screen. Mandalorian did a thing. Basically, again, Star Wars invented something new for special effects. You haven't seen 237 Roma. Solo is not a good movie. I'll say that right now. I don't like that movie. I think it was unnecessary. It didn't, you know, make do anything for me at all in general. I've seen it a couple of times to make sure that I'm just not like silly about it. But yeah, no. You have seen Solo, sweetheart. We went to the movies and saw it. Uh, I think the to me the prequels felt more like Star Wars than the sequels felt more like Star Wars than the prequels. The prequels are so shiny and like, oh, look at everything is in Coruscant and we're so shiny, which is the whole point. I mean, the point of the prequel movies is to show why the Jedi Order failed and what happened. It was like the just the show and tell of what really because we knew from like movie one, okay, look, there's Anakin. He's gonna become Darth Vader because we have seen the other three original movies, right? So it's like not a secret. Yeah, I remember going to the movies. Oh yeah, yeah, exactly, with the cool nobody knows it's a girl until she takes up helmet thingy, indeed, and the bank rob, the train thingy, and the stuff thingy. Rogue One was really good. I really liked that. I love that everybody died. I love that they didn't try to save anybody or anything like that. I loved that they just rolled with that because that's just yeah. Yeah, no, Solo wasn't a really great movie for me. Some people seem to like it. I don't know, but that's up to them. I don't take responsibility. So yeah, no, I liked the sequels because I liked how they made a little bit fun of and paid homage at the same time to the original trilogy with like so many repeat things that has already happened before. Yeah, yeah, 'cause the Jedi are so silly, and that's why probably why I like the prequels because it shows how silly they are. They're sitting there in their high towers and like, we are Jedi. I am Mace Windu. I am always cool and cannot be wrong. Count Dooku used to be a Jedi. He's not a killer. Really? I'm sorry, Mace Windu. Now that you're like lost your hands and are like dead, can you please come back as a blue force ghosty and explain this to me again? How Count Dooku cannot be a bad guy. But they actually address this in the movie as well. That's really good because Obi-Wan and Yoda is actually talking about it. And Obi-Wan is like, I'm starting to see how some are. I don't remember the exact conversation, but he brings up that he's worried about how some Jedi are how Anakin is actually, how Anakin is like too cocky and too like overconfident with his abilities. And Yoda points out that that is true even for older, more experienced Jedi. I like that. But yeah, and I would like to see more of that. Well, I guess we can see more of a not bad guy Jedi or not Jedi, a Force user, because they're making an Ahsoka television show. I know. I hated Darth Maul so much when the movies came out, and then as I watched the animated shows like Clone Wars and Rebels, when you get more background story and more talk about him, I he really grew on me because he was such a like in the prequel he was just like I'm angry. What's your background? I'm just red and black and angry because we never really got any stories. this guy needs an apprentice that's gonna be replaced. Let's make him let's put horns on his head and make him red and black so he looks extra evil. And he was just such a stereotype. I like the fighting he did though, but he's then again he's a martial artist, so I'm not in real life, so I'm not extremely surprised. But later on, as I said, Darth Maul as a character really grew on me. But it's also, I've noticed, it's also a lot about which movies did you see first, which movies did you grow up with. I am, I'm old enough to have seen all the Star Wars movies in the movies when they originally aired in Sweden. Uh, so for me, that's where Star Wars began. But for a lot of people in younger generations than me, the he must, yeah, I killed him. Exactly. But he, of course, is a Forcey Jedi, so he just turns into a blue ghost and keeps giving bad advice anyway. No, so for a lot of people, the prequels were the first sort of movies, and that's why they like those movies. So, and everybody likes different things, and that's fine. I mean, not everybody has to like everything. That's not how the world works at all, anyway. So why would movie liking work that way? No, but yeah, we were talking about green screens and stuff. Yeah, no, the Mandalorian, they have basically a big U-shaped OLED screen on set, so all the background and landscapes are projected, but it's filmed through the camera, so it's not put on like a CGI afterwards. So even if they're standing on like a big round stage with all the like rocks and things built on it, and the skies and everything behind them are made on this big screen, they can still see and interact with the environment. It is super cool. So again, a Star Wars thing rewrites how to make all the things. Because let's just face it, Star Wars invented like half of everything that is used in any special effects today. You see, it's not quite the same, but I think we can get away with it. Okay, this should be like down there. So that's where the edge should be. Okay. 6 out of 10. It's not bad considering who you are and that you're not a Star Warsy person. It's gonna be good for the old Return of the Jedi. Otherwise, most people's favorite movie is Episode 5, I think. No, I am your father. We can build our ships to fly at super light speeds, but we cannot build a respirator that is quiet. Actually, Darth Vader's stuff is made badly, as I understand it, because Palpatine didn't want him to become too powerful. So he screwed him over several times. But that's what that's the Palpatine. That's the Emperor way. I really dislike the Princess Leia, Mary Poppins flying through space scene though, from the new movies, from the sequels. I think they could have done that much better. But hey, we can't get everything. Okay. Bring forth the floor mat. It's time to cut. Well, it's actually time to sketch out and then time to cut. I wonder if the leftovers of this piece will be enough. I do not believe so. If I put this here and flip this. Oh, it's so flippin' close. Oh yeah, episode 5, yeah. Ah, I'm mixing up the lines here. Yeah, makes it 5. Yeah, Empire is the most popular. Seven. Yeah, that was in the 8. I think what they should have done with Princess Leia in the space, they should have asked, she should have like hung on to something, and she should have called for Luke because that's what he does in episode 5 when he calls for her when he's hanging upside down under the Cloud City. So they could have like we did the same because they did that. They did that on a lot of the right movies. They did the salt desert that looks like the Hoth frozen planet, and they even he even tastes it, the soldier, and said, "Oh, this is salt," like that. So they did a lot of that. So they should have just kept doing that. I think they should have not made her look like Mary Poppins floating through space. I mean, as I said, every movie, no, not every movie, but most movies, we could just cut this off actually a little bit because we're going to build up something on top here anyway. So we're going to do that. We're going to make this a little bit shorter to start with, and then we will fix that later on. We'll fix that in the sequels. I recently, like in the last few days, rewatched Alien and Aliens, and um, Aliens is still like one of the best movies ever. It's just good in like in every way almost. I I'm having trouble finding something that would be wrong with Aliens. I mean, Alien is also good, uh, but Aliens is a bit better according to me, and according to what I like. Uh, Mostly probably because Alien it has there's some janky movements when the xenomorph moves around and stuff like that because there's only one thing that bothers me about Aliens, that everybody should listen to the crazy cat woman and nobody ever does. Is that what's bothering you? Because that bothers me all the time. There's actually I don't know don't know where I think I saw it on Facebook. There's like a movie review guy who's like, well, my wife saw Alien, and she made a better review of it. And it's the best review for any movie ever, and I'll never be able to write something so good. And he was like a professional movie critic, and her story, her the brown face. Yeah, that is a bit true. That is true. That is very true. That is a bit much. That could be a bit much, yeah. And stuff like that happens. Uh, no, but this woman's this critics. Oh yeah, I forgot something. I need to, because it's gonna be that small, not that big, this big. I didn't even finish Covenant. No, but her review of of Alien was nobody listened to the woman with the cat, and in the end everybody dies except the woman and the cat. That was basically her review of Alien. That's pretty much the movie, right? She's like, we should do this. And they're like, nah, let's do this. Okay, 3 people died. And she's like, we should do this. The only person who ever agreed with her is, well, The only time somebody agrees with her is in Aliens later on, but in Alien there's like, nope, we're not gonna listen to you. And she even managed to save the cat. No, the first two movies are good. After that, I'm pretty skeptical. And Covenant, I didn't even watch it. It's so full of stupid from the start. I just couldn't take it. I literally just no. It's like this super religious dude that we think is never gonna do what we really want him to can't be captain, so we're making him second in command. Really? There's like no, they don't have any sort of protocol for stepping on a new planet. They're just like, let's land on this weird planet and like do and do everything. And of course, yeah, there's just like let's do this because it's the plot, not because there's any sense to it. Not a fan of that stuff. You like Alien 3? Well, you're one of the 7 people in the world that does then. Or, well, I guess there's a bunch of people that might like it, but in general, it's not held in high regards. I was watching a Adam Savage tested video the other day when somebody, because I mean he knows people who knows people and stuff, so he knew somebody who knew the director of Alien 3, and I mean that was his first. This should be on the other side, Pixel. God damn it. We'll cut that out. We'll mark that out once we have cut it out. So basically, many years ago, Adam Savage asked his friend when he was gonna go and see this director guy and said, ask him why Alien 3 sucked so much. Because that's the polite thing to do. But apparently his friend, I mean, this is just from the video, so I mean, there's no substantial evidence for this, so take it for what it is. But apparently his friend did ask the director why Alien 3 sucked so much, and his answer was, when it's your first big Hollywood movie, you just do what the producers want you to do. So basically, they told him, do this, and he just, yes, I'm the director, I will direct as you want me to. And that's basically why it kind of sucked, apparently, according to the rumors. Because when you're new at the job, not many people tells the boss to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna do this my way. They're gonna go, yes, sir, which makes sense. Want to keep the job and so on. One of the things that makes Aliens so cool and so good, and why it's so good, is that because in a lot of the scenes, they basically gave them the plot and then they just rolled the camera. Yeah, it really wasn't the director's movie, exactly. He didn't really get to do things. I don't remember who made it now because I'm crap at remembering that sort of thing. Who it is that directed it, but anyway. Well, in Aliens, they basically made the cool sets, and then they just like, okay, this is what happens. You're military people. Make something. Oh yeah, David Fincher, exactly. Uh, make something up, and they just improvised a lot of it. Like they had guidelines, but a lot of it was improvised. So that's where you get this really good banter because they're just like actors bantering each other, basically. So it wasn't like you have to stand like here and yes, exactly. And I mean, are any of those two movies bad? No. No, no, they're not. They're really, really not. But yeah, the dialogue is so good because a lot of it is improvised within the set parameters of what they were supposed to do and be. So, and that's how you make a good, you know. Because of course people are gonna be making shitty jokes in the crappiest situation. That's a coping mechanism. I kind of believe in this. Actually, Starship Troopers is surprisingly good for being such a crappy movie. Because it's kind of a crappy movie at the same time that it's a great movie. Have you seen the cut out scenes? You were hoping something Starship. Yeah, Starship Troopers. But yeah, uh, the thing I like about Starship Troopers is that it doesn't explain everything that you see, like all the, oh, this universe, this works and that. It like leaves you to make those sort of conclusions yourself, and and, and it worked very well, and I like it. Oh crap! Now I got some black paint on my white, black color on my white paint thingy. I have not read the book. Have you seen the deleted scene thingies from Starship Troopers though? Oh God, we saw that once, and I haven't laughed that hard in a long time since. Before that, a long time since. There are some really funky acting going on there, and line delivery of let's call it a special kind. Let's call it that, and be kind enough to stay there. It's much different. There is one scene when Rico and his baby girl sits in like under a tree at the campus or something, and he goes, "Why won't you make love with me?" Like really like that, like a super whiny tiny. It's like, what the hell did you just say? That sounded like a cut out scene of American Pie, not Starship Troop. What the hell is this? It was really hilarious. Much different than the movies. Oh, they're much more Space Marines. They're much tougher. I can see that working out. Yeah, because they're slightly Imperial Guardish in the movie, aren't they? For the most part. Yeah, and I mean, in the later movies, there is in one of the other the follow-up movies when they actually do use exoskeleton power armor thingies. So what I'm doing now, because I'm gonna want to bend this in. So if I'm cutting out a V groove uh, at the back side here, like so, and then we heat this up, and then we can just bend this, and that's how you get this delicious looking, smooth looking curve. But also in one of the later movies, they have the glorious song "Today is a Good Day to Die," which is just oh, it's so bad. It's like so bad, but so good. Oh, they have made three or four. The second movie, yeah, there are at least three. I don't think Rico is in the second, is it? Maybe not. There's a bunch of stuff that, yeah, and he comes back in the third or something. I don't know. I don't remember. No, that's how low key that happened. Nobody knows they exist. It's like a thing when you see them on, because I mean these were made back when you still went out and rented DVDs and stuff. So we saw them at some point, like oh God, they made more of these movies. We have to see it because we had sort of just seen the somebody had found like a DVD with the extra materials. That's where we saw the deleted scenes, and it was just one of the most hilarious things ever. But it also a movie to be good, it doesn't have to be like good. It doesn't have to be like super high production values or like perfect in many ways and things and blah. It can just be an enjoyable movie. And I Starship Troopers for me is an enjoyable movie. It's a action movie in sci-fi thingies. It also Starship Troopers also helps explaining uh, before Solo came out. Uh, it could help you understand what they're talking about when they say that the Millennium Falcon did the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs, because parsec is a distance, not a, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen the Justice League Director's cut, Snyder cut yet. I kind of want to, because I hear some people say that it's a lot different than the original, and I despise I just don't like the DC movies. I just can't. And I'm sorry, I didn't like. I never. I tried 3 times, but I could not bear to finish Wonder Woman 84. I'm sorry. I tried. Because I know we talked about that a few streams ago, and I said, yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll keep try and watch it. Just yeah, yeah. Well, we talked about it, and yeah, yeah, I know. And that's why I was, because you were like, yeah, yeah, well, we talked about this like a few streams ago, and I was like, and at that time I said, yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll see if I can't get into it, and I tried 3 times now and just couldn't. It's just something with that. Oh God, I cut two. It's gonna be a little bit borked. But then again, I only liked the original Wonder Woman movie in a few places. It was not like a movie that I would say I like in general. I just don't get along with the DC movies at all, to be honest. They just don't work for me. Yeah, everybody likes different, and that's fine. I'm happy that you like it. I mean, it's nice when people find things that they like. You know? Yeah. So, yeah, you keep watching Wonder Woman 84 and I'll keep watching Star Wars and everybody will be happy. I guess. I guess that's the conclusion that we can get to here. Oh, lucky this is a prototype dude. So it's not exactly the same because it doesn't have the bottom part. So we'll probably put this like at the edge here, and because I kind of want to have a little bit more going down below. So yeah, let's glue these bendy things in together. Now we're gonna give Boba Fett his own show because for some reason I don't know. Then again, I didn't like The Mandalorian to start with, and it grew on me because there was some actual character development going on there. I liked that a lot. But yeah, I actually agree with the statement that Boba Fett. I mean, I think the look. is cool and iconic, but I just don't see the appeal of that. I don't know, understand why he became that big from the original movies because oh, he looks cool. It's like he has 5 lines in the movie or something. I don't know, not even. But I guess I also because I have a hard time with anything that's like overly honorable, macho. We got to do it because it's our tradition or blah blah blah, whatever. Yeah, and people do like him. I mean, so of course they're gonna make a show. I am looking forward to see what they're gonna do with the Obi-Wan Kenobi, though. I'm a little bit curious what that's gonna be all about. And then of course there's Ahsoka Tano. That I am really looking forward to because that I think could be great. More background story on her uh, after Clone Wars and her small appearances in Star Wars Rebels. But yeah, Disney's gonna milk the shit out of Star Wars until they can't milk it anymore. That's for sure, because that's what they do. They're big business. That's what they do. Yeah, and a lot of yeah. And I mean, it's good with a fan service like that. If a majority of people liking Star Wars like Boba Fett and want to see more of him, they should probably let people see more of Boba Fett. Star Wars for toddlers. Baby Skywalkers. Isn't Lego versions enough? Do they have to make like baby Skywalkers? I would actually like to see some. I mean, it's gonna be impossible because of age and like the actors are starting to get old and like dying, like Carrie Fisher. But I would love to see Luke, Leia. I would like to see after the fall of the Empire and up to like him starting to train people and fucking things up again. Like all the Jedi tend to do, seems like. I would like to see all that. I mean, I can read it. There's a lot of official books, like licensed books that go into a lot of background stuff. But I would like to see some of that. But I think it's going to be hard to find and cast people that could pull it off. So I think they should also like let it rest now. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away. So if we put this like there and this goes, oh, then this goes, so, oh yeah. Now we push this out. We glue it up here and then we push this out. Because that means we will like round out the back. Baby Skywalker. Toddler Wars. And it's not related to any of the real like stuff. It's just like them in like some kind of a sitcom. Considering they didn't grow up together, you know, Princess Leia. Ha- How about that? Yeah, the day Jar Jar died. Mm. Don't give me too much. Don't give me hope, man. Don't give me hope. Don't tease me. And then we'll fill up the bottom later with stuff. Yes. Yes. This is how we're gonna do it. No. No, I don't mind the actor or anything. But the character is. I mean, if He needed to be toned down a bit. I don't think he needed to not be there, but he also was quite toned down a bit in the second and third movie for reasons. Just as their talk about midichlorians, sort of like, we never mentioned that before. We're not talking about that now. Uh, I don't know what I've said about the character. I didn't like Jar Jar. I thought it was a bit much, but it's not like, oh, you're the reasons everything sucks, man. Because that's not true. And how people like scream at like the actors. I mean, it is a well-known fact actually from what the problem was with the movies. It was a lot of the green screen work because most of it was just green screens, and they just stood and talked to each other in a green room, and it's really hard to build up feeling for what you're doing if that happens. So it's more production choices than a badly made movie. Of course you do. Of course you do. A long, long time ago. Now I got that song in my head for the rest of the day then. That's awesome. If you haven't listened to it, go and listen to it. And you can thank me or hate me later. Weird Al Jankovic, the saga begins. I'm just roughing up the surface a bit for the glue because this is so shiny. And then we'll do the outside. I will just put glue on everything and be careful when we glue it in, I guess. Because we're not going to be able to get glue in. And how people like when critiquing like whatever his name is who played Anakin in episode 1. It's like you're literally spewing like hatred over a child. Do you not have anything better to do with your lives? It's a kid and he has to try and pretend that he's a cool Jedi thingy, wannabe later thingy in front of a big freaking green screen. And hey, pretend that you're in a desert now. And while I don't like Anakin much in any of the other movies either, you also have to realize he's supposed to be super angsty, weirdo, teenage dude, which he kind of sounds like all the time. So it's probably a reason for that. Yeah, could be. Dun, 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 dun. And then we'll block in something big here that can sort of poke up a bit as well. Building up a little bit of levels and depth in the thing so it doesn't look like a flat piece when you look at it so much. Go, waiting for the glue to dry, glue to dry, glue to dry, 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 glue to dry. Bending this out a bit because this is gonna get bent, so they're gonna turn into match. Oh, there's glue on there, Pixel. Good of you to notice. Bam, 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 bam. My next thing I want to build, which I guess could also be a cosplay, so it's going to be like a cosplay, but because I saw aliens, I just want to build a marine uniform, like their flak armor and everything, like their weapons. I think that would be super cool. But not as one of the characters, just the uniform, and then like, personalize it. Glue, 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 waiting. All right, let's do this. Now there's a gap here. We might push this in or we might fill this up with a piece or something instead, depending on how much I like the angles of everything in the end. Oh, yeah, I'm a bit curious. I haven't seen, I haven't heard anything about the movie. I've just seen that it's a movie, so I have no like ideas what to expect, but it's definitely a movie I would like to see at some point. Definitely. Okay, so it's a bit bulkier, but it's the same. We're getting the same style. That can be a very important thing. in the end to have similarities in the design so it looks like it's made by the same people. But now it's kind of heavy down here and it's light up here, so that's why I want to build these bigger things up here. And we're gonna bulk out things. I think we're just going to push this out though and just glue it in. Don't think I want to try and put anything in, but yeah, that's awesome. Got plenty of room of putting things in here and all the small details. Well, at some point you have just got to just saying, I'm gonna watch this movie now because I want to see it, and I'm sorry if you can't see it now, but I don't want to wait another 3 weeks because that's just how it is. So reoccurring design elements to get the whole design to like come together. Okay, so we need to block these things out because the details on here and everything we can, well, I want to fill out. But my plan is that this piece, this chest piece, is going to be done by the end of stream tomorrow. Because I need to be able, I need to set a little bit of a deadline so I just don't move around. Yeah, well, that was the movie that was in the lead anyway, or is that a final decision now? Is that what you guys are gonna watch? Also, at your convenience, if you could try and find a super tight sitting black shirt for me, that would be awesome. So I can start on the undersuit. Uh, Someone usually needs a clear win. Okay, so I guess that is what you guys are going to watch then. So something like this, but blockier up here maybe. Uh, uh, or maybe not. Maybe just something to go between here and this surface here. Because there's gonna be like a shoulder thingy going here. And it needs to be. I want it to have. I want something of this thickness here, so I can like make an even looking thing. So has this changed how it feels? Let's have a look, or have a feel. One of the things that I really would like to keep, because right now I can put this on and off by myself, which would be super useful. But yeah, that still sits good. It didn't change anything how this wants to sit. Uh, and I'm thinking about adding like a plate in here that goes down to protect the lower back a bit. Oh yeah, Fabio is super chill and nice. It's a really nice chill place. And now we're like at this sort of experimental stage, which is my favorite stage in any sort of build. Just taking either scrap bits or like little bits of paper or whatever, like testing out, just letting your mind wander a bit and see what happens. So I'm thinking we could put some stuff in like this. I immediately don't like it because it has the same height. So I want to make that thinner. Well, that didn't work out well. Why am I doing this? I have the thin materials, and we have some scraps from that as well. And that just looks better because now we have something going on here. So we could do like a few of those around here. Okay, they're differently sized, but anyway. And then we can make like a smaller strip and put on here as well. Just like building levels by levels by levels, leveling up all the time. We should also make the decision about this one. We need to make another one of these rings actually, and see if my idea for that will work out. So let's plop that off. Let's make these rings a bit thinner. Oh, we could actually just keep the ruler in place, I guess, and try to make a straight cut. And is the plan is to put these, well, to take one of these rings and make some cuts into it, and then have the other ring on top of that. So you get like little notches in here. Oh, you know what we could do? We're gonna try this one. This is what we're gonna try. that. Oh my God, that that makes it look a little bit Black Widow's movie. Okay, no, I'm so not in. I'm tired of the Marvel movies now. They just overworked it so hard. I don't care about them anymore, especially not Black Widow. Such extremely uninteresting. I don't know what she did in the whole Avengers thing. It's like, I'm a super spy that can shoot gun and throw knives, okay? Or you're fighting super strong aliens that can lift buildings. Good work. I mean, if anything can be called fan service, is putting Scarlett Johansson in a tight bodysuit in front of the camera in that case. I mean, she's pretty good in the role, and the movie about her might actually be interesting, but I'm just bored. But yeah, a little bit ripped to the movie theaters. I don't think we want, I think we want it like this actually. I don't think I want this ring anymore. Don't even have Disney Plus anymore. So I wasn't super fond of the Winter Soldier. It's not horrible, but it's not like I go, "Ooh, yeah, Winter Soldier." And then they made a Winter Soldier and Falcon miniseries. It's like, hello, we are throwing everything out there now. Every little thing. Every little thing. You need to watch it all. Oh, I do like how that came out. I do like how that came out and how that looks. It looks so much more like an engineered part now. It's like you take a tool and you grab it and you go like, and then you pluck, pluck it out. It's not super perfectly symmetric, but from a distance and like for what it is, it's gonna be working so nicely. Well, that was easy. Sometimes it's just easy. Oh yeah, I wanted to do a experiment. It is experiment time. Let's start by cutting off a couple of pieces. I'm just gonna explain as I go along. I'm gonna glue these two here, and we're just gonna use the hot glue because it's a flat surface to a flat surface, and we are not worried about strength like that. Just remove the extra glue. Yeah. What's this show about? Well, you see, this guy, yeah, he almost got into the school that the cousin of the roommate to Tony Stark's best friends when he was 7. What? What? Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. What does he do? I don't know. Nothing. Just a kid. I don't know. Guess I've tried this before and I think it went pretty well. I just wanna do an experiment. We're gonna bring out the latex. I think it might have dried up a little bit in here because this has been lying around for a while. Well, that seems to be flowing enough. So let's see if we can't clean this thing out a little bit. Do we have any wood sticks around? Yes, we do. Yes, oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's not dry completely. Well, somewhere in there it actually is completely dried, I think. Uh, let's take a piece of paper. see if we can goop this out or through or whatever. There we go. We made a breakthrough. But yeah, I'm a little bit fed up with the whole superhero movie genre in general. I started out liking the Marvel movies because I'm much more of a Marvel fan than a DC fan, but it just got so much and the plots just got stupider and more weird. Uh, I just lost interest. But since they keep making them, I guess they're doing rather well. Oh crap, this is still super hard to get out. Okay, I guess we might have to grab a new one of these. Or this whole thing is borked, is it? No, that comes out pretty well, for sure. So it's basically this one that's borked. Let's take an unused one and hope it works out better with that then. So what I'm gonna try to do is to simulate some rather big and slightly, oh there we go, crude welds by pushing out some latex and this is one of those things that you have to do at the very end of things though, because this stuff takes a while to dry. Are you gonna make a Black Panther 2? Hey sausage! How are you doing? Oh, you didn't even get to see it because I don't know how to point a camera at something. Let's redo it. So this is anyway how it looks once you've done it. It goes pretty well. We're experimenting with fake welding with a little latex thingy. And basically, I'm gonna do this around some parts of this outfit, which is like some of these lines maybe, but mostly around this whole. Wait, this whole line here, but maybe some other places too, just to make it look like it's sort of welded and not fine-tuned, because it's uh, Subject 87, as I'm calling him right now, is a yeah. We lost the doctor somewhere along the way. By the way, in case anybody was wondering, the doctor has left the building and so on. Because we went back to we're talking. We started the whole adventure talking about swords and stuff, and I kind of want to get into doing some of that as well, and it just didn't fit very well with the doctor anymore. So now we're into, well, Subject 87, who is a experimental prototype military cyborg enhanced soldier thingy, talking about the Winter Soldier, by the way. Going crazy looking at card sleeves, yeah, I can imagine. So, if you look it from a side, it's a bit meh, but if you look it from like this angle, like this, it kind of really looks like a quickly put on weld. And then of course this takes forever to dry. The good thing about the latex is of course that it's still flexible afterwards. It's gonna stay soft, so you can't sand on it, so it's gonna be the last thing we do. And the same thing, we're gonna put some latex in all the small gaps that turn up and just smoothie let down. No, that makes you winter-born. That's a totally different thing. That's not necessarily a soldier. Being in some kind of an army and stuff kind of makes you this. It is kind of required for the soldier part, I would say. But it's okay. You can be cool anyway. See what I did there? Yeah. Winter jokes. Mm-hmm. You'd be so the summer soldier. That is true. Summer isn't cool, it's hot. But it's also cool to be hot. So it equalizes out, right? Yeah, and that would be cool. So yeah, it's interchangeable. Oh my God. How are we supposed to know what to do now? Yeah, so we're not putting anything on there. Nope. I really like this look that we got going there. Should we put like a handle on this? No. This is gonna be painted in like metal and warning stripes and warning stuff. There's gonna be the fun part is gonna be this fine detailing and putting like all the little cool stickers on. I'm starting to get that song stuck in. What song? Are you a passenger? I see. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, right on, brother. Right on. So yeah, this is where we are with the, oh, sorry, front of the chest piece right now. And we are slowly building up a similar but a little bit different look on the back side. And we're gonna do some stuff around this area now. And because then I can start fitting the shoulders that I want to make, and then I'm probably going to cut out a piece that I'm going to glue to the inside here, so we get like another extra layer of depth here, and then we can put like little bits on, adding more and more detail as we go along. We're right now we're sort of focusing on getting the big things done. Because if we get some big stuff on here and can connect them, this floppiness, because these sides are super steady now because these are like two sandwiched together pieces of foam. We're also going to cut out some panel lines in these, like they're openable. Uh, but that's also in the detail stage. These surfaces, oh, sorry. These big surfaces are going to have stuff on them. The front is not. It's going to actually have the number. It's going to have like a white line going down here because the whole thing is going to be like an orangey red. It's going to be a white line here, and then it's going to say 87 here. If the because that's his number of 113 experimental little soldiers. He is the 87th of them, and as far as we know, the only one to have survived whatever happened to let him loose upon the world, because that is as of now an unknown. We don't know why he's out there. 113, yes. It's just a random number. These are just numbers that I made up because I started to write some background story, what happened, why he looks like it, like what is this, you know? Because I talked about this a little bit earlier, and it's funny when you're not, because if you make Iron Man, you're gonna be Tony Stark. You know what poses. I have seen Universal Soldier, yes. At least two, I think three of them. But yeah, I've seen Universal Soldier. I've seen a lot of the what we're gonna call them B movies. But yeah, so when you're making up your own character, you end up if you wanna, because you want to have explain how things work and why things look like they do, so that you just don't put things together, and then you get to do a lot of world building. So I'm really good that I have DM'd shitload of role-playing games in my days because that means I can just make shit up. I'm pretty good at making shit up as I go along. So I started to sort of build the world to explain what this is. So the setting is, I would say, I thought about this today, and as close as we can get if we want to compare to something else. Uh, it's basically like the anime movie Akira. So it's not like super worn down, but there are some dystopian features. There's cyber tech, but there's like most people live a normal life and have no clue. There's obviously some sort of a military presence because they made this prototype thingy. Well, because they're enhanced super soldiers. Akira is a great movie. It is so beautiful. It's unbelievable, especially considering its age. It's just fantastic. Also, his bike is the coolest bike in the world. I'll fight anybody about this. I have not seen a bike that's cooler than his bike. Canada's bike is cool. It's the coolest bike. I'm almost a super enhanced soldier soon, so I'll fight anybody. Just let me become cybernetic for reals first, and get my like monofilament katanas or whatever out. No, we're not doing a katana pixel. If we're doing a sword, we're doing a ninjato, because we're doing a cyber soldier ninja thing. It's not a Bushido warrior kind of dude that has honor and stuff. It's not a Klingon, goddammit. Right. Okay, so. And I kind of want to follow the aesthetics. You didn't like, but I, I don't mind Ready Player One, to be honest. I don't think it's a horrible movie. I have not read the book though. I kind of want to, because the movie is, as far as I understand, quite a lot of also fan service, of course. Yeah, that's very funny because, well, that's probably why I thought about Akira, because I usually have a movie that I watch while I'm doing things, like at home or when I'm eating or stuff, so that I just can turn on and off as I want to. And right now, that is actually Ready Player One. So that's might be my Akira influence for the day, I suppose. Small bit. I want something bulky, but I don't think I want something round. Because besides this part, which is a unique this part of the thing because it's the power core, nothing is really round, circular otherwise. There's some rounded thing, but there's nothing circular except this. So I don't want to put more circular bits in here anywhere, really. So I'm just like looking at it and imagining different shapes. Yeah. Yeah, and as I mentioned before, you dropped in sausage. Earlier this week, I rewatched Alien and Aliens, and they're still freakingly awesome movies. Especially Aliens. I love that movie. Player One. Yeah, yeah. The movie is because I read what people said who read the book, and the movie Ready Player One. The movie is just a lot more pop cultural things in there. Like, yeah, Aliens is definitely my favorite Alien movie too. I like Alien as well, but Aliens is just a bit better. It's yeah, it's one definitely it's one of my top movies, no matter what the genre is. That is pretty sucky. I'm considering if I should watch through them all except Covenant because I'm never gonna watch Covenant because I hated it for the first 15, 20 minutes or whatever I watched it, so I'm never gonna watch it. Unless I get so bored and I just feel like I have to watch it because it's still well made, like the equipment and stuff, and But I don't know. It felt like they tried too hard and failed with so many things. I didn't like the beginning. It's like, oh, let's make it like a Blade Runner thingy and just make it slow with long, big, wide shots of empty rooms where people talk slowly about the meaning of life. It's like, what the? No, stop it. Didn't like that. I sort of I sort of realized I wasn't gonna finish watching that movie when they were like, you can't be the captain because you're a religious fanatic, but you can be second in command, so in case the captain happens, you can just bork the whole mission anyway, because that makes sense. And the fact that they don't have any sort of standard procedures of how to set foot on a freaking alien planet, and they're just like, the air is breathable. Let's walk around here and step on everything. That's fine. There's no bacteria. Bacteria doesn't exist. It's a myth. Just so many details like that that felt no. But yeah, I might actually watch Covenant one day. You never know. But today is not that day. Today is not that day. But then again, Alien 3 and like 4 are not like great movies either. So we talked about why Alien 3 sucked earlier due to the fact that Adam Savage talked about it in a video. I don't even remember Prometheus. I don't recall that. I'm pretty sure I looked at it, but that's yeah. But why would you? Well, of course you want to milk everything from a franchise. That's how it works. But why? You made Aliens. How are you gonna beat that movie? After that movie, it was just game over, man. Just to reference the movie itself. Okay, let's it led to Covenant. Okay, yeah. Well, fair. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna watch all of them. I'm probably gonna watch Covenant in the end. Then I'm gonna keep watching them. Yeah. But yeah, no, and the sets and the like everything about like how they made aliens. It's just so pretty. No, but that was also his first big Hollywood movie, so he basically didn't direct it. He just directed it as the producers and the other people told him to because he wanted to keep the job and he hadn't made a name for himself yet. Has there been any good Predator movies since the first one, which is just good because it's a classic one of those one-line action movies and pretty cool? I mean, Predator 2 in the city there with Danny Glover. That was just not. No. That's a movie. You should have made it in a movie and then let the fans do the fan fiction and just sail away. It's kind of like, why did you make any more Terminator movies after the second one? How, like, okay, we peaked. Let's jump off the peak and see if we can reach higher. No, no, you bask in the glory forever. Make it be remembered to something fantastic. Yeah, it was okay, but it just wasn't like, it didn't feel like necessary. It didn't like add anything to the. Ooh, this might though. Now we want the well to go in here as well, and then we have plans on putting things in between there. Okay. Do I have any small blocks of foam or something that we can make into a small block of foam and experiment with some shapes? Oh, we don't have to have it like curved like this. We could actually keep this going straight upwards and make it flat in here. So we could, it could be like you could put on, also, we're going back to aliens, to the marine armors, because they have like flashlights on the, like mounted on the back of their uh, their armor bits here. It hangs out. So we can make, because I don't have to have a light there for the character. I just have to make it look like it could be a light there. And then if we have time, we can make a light, you know. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I needed that for. Oh yeah, and if we make. Okay, I need my tape roll. So we make a bit that goes down here, uh, but it's a bit taller than this, so this looks like it goes into that. I like this. Yeah, I didn't feel like they needed to make so many more alien movies. It's kind of like, because in Predator movies, the alien movies are the difference between the movies is that in the Predator movies, because the Predator species is a sentient species, they are self-aware, they are intelligent, they're hunters, so they are sort of the main plot. But the fact is, in Aliens and Alien, humans are the plot, and the corporate greed and all that stuff. Uh, that means they can just, oh, we encountered this here and we want to do this a lot of times. But in Predator, they have to keep inventing weird gadgets and stuff, I guess, because it's all about I'm gonna hunt. I mean, how many movies about, honey, I'm going out hunting now, can you look at? Oh, Alien Comics. That sounds delicious. Predator the musical? No, no, I have not. Uh, if predators run around singing about hunting, like a freaking Disney movie, I'm just gonna never watch anything that has to do with Predator again, because that sounds horrific. Do you know what these things are good for as well? They're really good as rulers when you're doing foam thingies because they are flexible and bendable and all that stuff. So you can make your own rules. You can even mark out like centimeters or inches or whatever if you want to as well. Because we're gonna need. And we'll make this in a block of 2 of these, and it just comes out, and it will, yeah. Is it just like a comedy thing? Somebody made something funny, or is it actually something somewhat, oh, that's not right. Something slightly official, or is it just somebody who made a funny video on the YouTube with the singing alien? I mean, there is a spoof with a singing alien if you watch Spaceballs. Okay, so it's like a joke thingy. Okay, then I feel relieved. Relieved about that at least, yeah. Sehr gut, yeah, yeah. Did I not have a thick piece of foam around here? Or did I use that all up? Oh yeah, we used that all up to make this thingy. That's what we're having there. Alright. You see, yeah, okay. I see. That makes sense. So it's a spoofy thing. That we don't mind. Weird humor is cool. And then we can easily transfer this to a piece of paper and quite easily cut it out. And since there's a layer of tape as well on it, it's gonna be pretty sturdy. So you could even keep it as a permanent pattern if there's something, if it's like a thing that you want to keep. I mean, these are specially made for this, so I don't know what I would use them for otherwise, but so we'll make this one, and then we'll make one over here. Yeah, that's a bit different from that. Yeah, we'll see how it works out. We might have to make some. Oh yeah, this is a bit more outwards. Okay, but yeah, let's keep this one as a template for that, and we'll cut out some foam to fit there. Royal jelly. Plenty of mad scientists. Well, I'm not surprised. But it's also 4 o'clock and I'm getting a bit hungry. Royal jelly. So I'm gonna take a quick break for like 5 to 10 make a cup of tea and have some sandwiches, and I'll be right back and we'll continue talking about sci-fi and other stuff and things. And I'll see you in a few. Ookie dookie. Quick snack break. What have I missed? Oh, Firefly. Seems almost cheesy, like it. No, you can take my sky. You can take the sky away. It's about freedom and how the sky is not a limit and you can reach beyond it. But yeah, so it has nothing to do with countries. It would be planet in that case because there are different planets, several different planets in the Firefly universe. And I have watched the TV show, I don't know how many times, and the movie as well. I actually saw the movie first. I was like, oh, it's a movie, but you're Sweden. I'm gonna have to look at it. I found it in like these movies. We sell these movies cheaply bin at the back at the time when you still rented things again. And then I went to this convention, and then I was like, "Have you seen this movie?" And they're like, "Yeah, have you seen the TV show? It's almost as good as the TV show." And I'm like, "There's a TV show?" Ah. And then I obtained the TV show, and I have not regret watching all of the episodes so many times. I swear by my pretty floral bonnet, I will end you. I mean, come on, seriously, that's just gold right there. If you have any inclinations towards things of a more science fictiony nature and like good jabbery gibbery dialogue, I recommend watching Firefly. If you don't, watch something else. Yep, it definitely has. And the theme song is, by the way, awesome. Or you can just go, booyah! Of course. I mean, yeah, I might like the show. I just might like the show, you know? Maybe a little bit. One of these days, I'm gonna sketch out some plans for Vera, but that's not today. You can take the sky from me. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, if your hand touches, but I swear, if your hand touches smell, if your hand, yeah, it's just, no, yeah, no, it's just, yeah, yep, so good, indeed. Okay, so that's sort of the plan, but we're gonna have to build this part up afterwards, like behind there, because I want this to go like that. And I really want like this part. And then we'll make something like this, and put like down. Yeah, I think I'm due for another watch through. Oh, Objects in Space is such a good episode. It's such a good episode. Oh, I should make his like weirdo gun. His little gun. What is his name? I don't remember. The bounty hunter dude. Yeah, I kind of want to read any. I haven't read any of the comics at all. Time to make it pretty. Okay, let's have a look at the base layer of paints of everything. On the, oh man, that is cool. Yeah, at some point, I mean, I keep forgetting that it exists. I kind of wanna, at the same time, I kind of wanna exist in my little bubble of this has ended now, and it's something to look backwards to. And then people come with their comics and stuff, and gives me hope. But yeah, at some point we'll get to enjoy a bit of that as well, I think. Okay, so we should do this together, and then we'll put a stripper. So I'm not worried about this line that we get here. We'll put something over that. We'll fix that. We'll fit that. We'll fix that in post production, okay? And we're not even gonna wait for the damn glue. We're just gonna get some of this glue on instead. Because these are just flat pieces with no tension, so you don't need a contact cement actually. You can just use your hottest hot glue. And then we can sandwich it together, trying to see if there's any glue coming, especially since we're gonna fill up the gap here. Well, we're gonna cover the gap here, we should say. That's one of the reasons why you don't have to worry so much. Otherwise, we would have to worry about the gap, and then it's a little bit more practical to. Yeah, I like that. And I don't think we're gonna make it the exact same. Well, whoever like okayed that comic is like, we're gonna make a comic of it. You wanna invest? And they're like, yeah. It's like, why? So we could make these sides like slightly asymmetrical. I would like that. No, it's not my type of movie either. Okay, I'm gonna mute because I'm gonna run the big nasty machine. I'm not a horror movie fan in general, so I could explain it. Yeah, but Army of Darkness isn't a horror movie. That's a horror-themed comedy movie, in my opinion. It's not really meant to be like, we're gonna die scary. The scariness is just the setting for the fun. And then we'll just make a bit to go on the side, and then we'll cover the top. And then here we can do some round things, some later on if we want to. Like a swivel for a light. for example. Good old rich Earl Grey. Mm-mm-mm. But that means we could, because this is not going to be rounded, and it's going to be a straight block like that. So we could just glue you in place right now. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's not where you needed to put glue, Pixel. Down here is where you needed to actually put the glue. Pay attention. Pay attention to what you're doing, Pixel. God damn it. This is supposed to be for a championship. You can't mess around too much. But we all know how this is gonna end up in terms of painting, right? So some some things that looks a little bit doesn't really matter too much. Then is of course the question, what do we do? I think we're just gonna make like a ribbon like this that goes up to here. Then we cut it at an angle like that. We can cut it at an angle there as well. Yep, shiny and mirror finish. You know it. So it will reflect so much light that anybody looking at it will not be able to look at it for too long, so they won't see any blemishes. You have solved the mystery. Or maybe we will, well, pixelify it, I guess is a word we can use now. Shiny and mirror finish. No, this is not the Warrior Priest project. That's a project I'm going to tackle after this, actually, I think, because I kind of want to do that anyway. And then I'll decide if some of my War Machine cosplay projects are going to ever become reality, or if I should just slaughter them. Because I might not want to do them in the end. And then there's no point in keeping them at all. Because you should never cling to a mistake just because it took a long time to make. Also, because I know some people were going to, and I don't remember who, if you haven't watched The Expanse, you need to watch The Expanse. That's your next priority if you haven't seen it, just so you know, in case you were in any doubt. I will put this on, and then we will cut out a piece that fits here, and hopefully that will fit from the other side as well. And we can just, oh, we should, yeah, it's on Prime. It's on Prime. It's a Prime original. It used to be on Sci-Fi. The first season was on Sci-Fi, and they wanted to cancel it. I think it was after the first or the second season, and Amazon said, "Let's let's talk about what you want to do with this, and then we will give you some monies, and all will be well." I think it was Sci-Fi. I'm not sure actually, but yeah, now it is on Prime, and it's sci-fi with a lot of science backed up by like realistic science, which is super cool. Oh, I should have cosplayed a Martian Marine. Because that's a suit that's just gonna take like 6 months to make or something. Talking about Martian Marines and soldiery Thenos, I rewatched Alita Battle Angel not long ago, and it was better than I remembered it, but it's still not a super great movie, but it's kind of cool. I'll give it that. It's kind of cool. Okay, question about 3D printing. How much? Oh, it's the material cost for 15 cents if you now concealer. Well, then it would depend on the where you have it get it printed from because 3D printing companies charge differently. So you'd have to look out printing services and what they cost there basically. It depends on I mean, if you're printing it for yourself, the material cost for a 15 centimeter size figure with like, because you don't have to have much infill, it's mostly hollow plastic. It's gonna be not much, not much at all, like 20 crowns, I don't know, something like that. But having it printed, it depends on what they charge per hour and stuff. And also, you need to get a hold of them. In that case, you need to get a hold of a printable model that you have the right to print, because they might go like, "Do you have a license to print this, or do you just want to steal someone else's printing thing?" Uh, but yeah, you can probably find like a Patreon that does Godzilla stuff or something if you haven't already. But yeah, I have no idea what the printing companies actually charge because, for obvious reason, I haven't had to look that up so much. But 15 centimeters, I mean, and they usually probably calculate it by like print time. So they'll slice it and they'll look it up and go like, okay, this will take 24 hours. We charge 30 crowns per hour. Don't quote me on that. I have no idea if that's what they would charge. But and then you know. You haven't seen Alita? You've not seen this movie? No, no. But there are people who made Godzilla-like monsters that sell the STL files. Uh, and I don't know if they ask for like if you have the right to it. Well, you can if you can probably find somebody who prints Godzilla or Godzilla-like minis because I've seen people paint such things on streams, so I know they're out there. So there should be somebody who sells printed stuff like that, but I mean, if you have somebody who can print things for you, uh, they could just. I mean, nobody can see what you're doing at home, right? So people can just print whatever they want, basically. I wasn't gonna watch it from first, and the first time I watched it, I was like, "Oh God, this is pretty bad." It's like it's not badly made or anything. It was just like felt weird and stereotypical and stuff. But I guess it's also what mood you're in when you start watching something sometimes. And then we can add like detaily stuff on this, like a little hatch or whatever. And we put some round things up here, like there's a mount here. Yes, more Love, Death and Robot, please. More season of that, I would not mind at all. That was like one of those things like, what is this? Okay, I'll watch an episode and see what this is. And then I just stretched and like, okay, now that I have seen every episode, what am I gonna do now? That was like an accidental binge for me. Well, if you like dystopian cyberpunky things, Alita Battle Angel is pretty cool for the setting and everything. Some cool oh, I should build his hammer. Yeah, it was so quick. It was just like, oops, sorry, there's no more episodes. Like, what? But I just started. Wait. Oh yeah, we can put like, we can take this whole thing. We can pattern. We don't have to fill this hole. We can just cover the side with the tape pattern, and then we'll fill the do this. Put a thin version of it on this side. Yeah, we don't have to, because we're gonna have to put a thin version here as well. So let's do that. Yeah, but it was really nice, good short stories, and I guess that's why it went by so fast because there were so many like good short stories, and you all of a sudden it's like, okay, 'cause every story was kind of short, but yeah, no more Love Death Robots for sure. We're not gonna make a pattern here, but I'm just taping over so I can fill most of this up, and then we can just draw a line around that curvature, curvature, curvature. Then we can get ourselves a little pattern. Get ourselves a little pattern. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the rest of the Alien movies now for my comfort movies for a bit forward, or evening entertainment or so. And then we'll put a piece of tape over these small bits so when we pull this off it's not gonna all fall apart. You can't. Well, do you know what the trick is? Just start building the cool stuff, and you can have all the cool things, and you can have cool things that nobody else, that not many other people have. Like Mal's gun from Firefly, which is not a readily available thing everywhere. You can have it all for the price of selling your soul to the maker gods. Actually, otherwise, I am not much of a collector, to be honest. I don't have that burning, oh, I want this thing and I want that thing and I want all these things. And most of the things that I want are like I want better practical things. Like I would like a super good computer so I could do more like 3D modeling stuff and get back more into that. Of course you can. You just need to learn how to sculpt in some medium and then you can make your own KDMs. I'm also, while I do appreciate them at some level, I'm not a super fan of KDMs. They mostly feel like super over-sexualized weird stuff to me. Also, I really don't want to, also don't really want to be painting those. Like sitting forever to paint them to be super good because you have to paint them super good because they're super cool. Yeah, it's a mini game thingy. They're really good, cool sculpts, but there's some cool monsters and stuff, but I don't know. It does not float on my. Oh, this is the thick. You were gonna make these thin because this is gonna stick out over the edge otherwise, Pixel. Focus up. Activate brain. Thank you. Brain. Stop selling things to my penis. Stop it. They also have pin-up versions, which is maybe what I have seen most, I guess, if I feel it's that over-sexualized. I don't know. It's not horrible stuff, but it's doesn't do anything for me super much. Unless I would like to read the rules a bit and go like, hey, I want to play this game where you use all of this cool stuff. Because then I kind of would want them, but I'm not a collectible collector, so just collecting a bunch of models, painted or not, is it's still a bit thick though. Well, I guess we're gonna have to sand down the backside anyway, so we'll see. Otherwise, we'll have to rethink a bit. That doesn't make it that just makes it double for me. That just makes it double as bad. It's like, oh, sexualization is bad, but we have boys with bulging penises in their pants and naked chests as well. Like, what? That doesn't make it less. It just makes it more. Not that I have like in me against pin-up and sexy stuff or whatever, but I don't know. As I said, if I were to play a game and with those they had those models, I would probably get more into liking those models because I would like the game for the models and wanting to play the game, but I don't collect minis or busts or statuettes or whatever. I am interested in. If I were to collect something, it's props, like real movie props, but that's super expensive, so that's a no. I'm gonna mute. Yeah, well, the pinups are pinup versions of the model, so you can technically use them in the game, I suppose. It's starting to look too chunky to me, but we're gonna add stuff here, and we can sand, we can take we can grind these down, these sharp corners a bit, and we'll put this in here, and then we will trim the edge. It's just gonna look super weird and bulky, but we'll fix that with some detailing on the back. But yeah, no, so having replica lightsabers and pistols and stuff like that, and maybe like some armors. Yeah, and I mean they're not bad minis otherwise in any way or form. Uh, and they're definitely not the worst minis out there. Yeah, and then we'll put the things on. We'll put the things, and I think we're gonna do some contact cement on these so they really are stuck there properly, and then we'll sand down the edges to match, and we'll round everything off, and we'll, because I have some ideas for some detailing stuff here, like a little box with, yeah, with stuff, with stuff, you know, man, and things. Yeah, so I'm not really opposed to people wanting them or having them actually, because yeah, there are way more worse models. It's a little bit like weird. With like we have this game with these like super killy monster things, and now we're gonna have pin-up versions of things. It's like what? Why? Well, I guess because people want it and they want to make them. But it's a little bit like why? 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 But at least pin-ups are like this is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a pin-up. It's supposed to have a freaking bikini because it's a pin-up version of this thing. Uh, it's worse when they come up with like lame excuses for things. Uh, like yeah, and I don't mind nakedness or sexiness either. But when you have people like still, even though it's better now, but Sisters of Battles like power armor corset and high heels. Yes, that's what you need when you fight the chaos threat and aliens and stuff. Absolutely. That's the best. But that's how you define them as women because they have high heels and boobs. Okay, whatever. It's like, have you seen Raging Heroes? They're, well, Battle of Sisters stand-ins, I guess we can call them, or something like that. It's like everything is boobs and more nakedness. It's like, but they're warriors. Do you, do, but you have to see that they are women, so they have to have they're super buff trained women, but for some reason their breasts magically still are super large. Yeah, Infinity have some questionable poses and stuff on some models. It's like, why is that person standing with her ass up in the air like that? Like she's literally waiting for something. But Infinity models are also very cool. Oh, what was that model? Oh yeah, it was one of their first bikes, like those mono bikes, wasn't it? That had like a woman standing up riding the bike and had the like her butt was like tallest part of the model because she was like leaning so much down on the rails and on the handlebars, and I'm like, How the fuck is she driving that thing now? Yeah. And that, of course, creates an issue also for what are we going to call them? Serious companies that want to make like sexy models. I mean, because I mean, as I said, I don't inherently think it's a bad thing, but depending on the setting. But people who want to make like pin-up models and like classic pin-up models and want to and people who wants to paint them and people are gonna go like, oh, it's just sexist. And it's like, but it's also in like this is not a warrior woman who's gonna save the universe or anything. So she doesn't have to wear super cool armor and be beefy. This is just a model. Yeah. Okay. Oh, let's let that glue set properly, and then we'll smooth this out and even it out here. In the meantime, let's see how this it fits about as good as on the other side. So let's uh, let's do it again. Let's do it again. I wish I had the attention span to properly play Infinity, but it's kind of a complicated game, that one. It's a very cool game system. I do like the game system. I like the universe. I like the world building. I like the most of the models. All those sexy nomads, zeros, and stalkers and stuff, and the Aleph models. Yeah, you're two factions right there. Yeah, I am a big Aleph fanboy, to be honest. Well, I like I love the look of nomads actually. They have so many cool models, but especially their helmets that are like mostly just blanks in some cases, or like just small holes and stuff, like very undetailed. I think they look really cool. Now I need to build another helmet, I guess. So yeah, my collecting is making things from things so I can collect them. Oh yeah, I wonder when my werewolf models are gonna get sick, like gonna get sent. Guess it's like at least a week away because it's like 1 to 2 weeks. Well, I don't have the money to buy enough stuff, but otherwise I probably would buy miniatures play armies for games for like 3 times and then build another army because I love building the armies. I like the putting things together and making it up as the story and stuff more than I like being consequently holding on to one army. I really want to paint a Warhammer 40k Death Guard army in like a off-white, which is like basically their original Legion color. Mm. Mm. The werewolf minis, I would suppose. He is asking a link for. Are you talking about the White Wolf Werewolf models that I bought? Is that, or is it something else? Are there more cool werewolves out there? We need to glue that in there. That that needs to get glued in there. What do they call White Wolf Tavern? Is what they're called. Okay, that didn't work out well, so let's do the big knife instead. We're gonna go over this with the rotary tool anyway, but we don't have to sand away so much if we cut away the most of it first. Oh, dog warriors. Oh, not the werewolves, but the new werewolves. I see the dog. Ah, oh, those are really cool. They are quite a lot cooler than the old dog warriors, for sure. Tactical something something. It's mechas basically. Bigger mechas in Infinity. I don't remember what tag stands for, but tactical something, I guess. How the hell am I going to get into send this? Didn't think this one through. And if you really want to play Infinity with a lot of robots, just go Pan Oceania and you can play your own mech team. Oh, I had not seen this one. Cool. I need to stop watching Infinity models now. You don't play Infinity Pixel, stop it. Just doesn't want to get cut like that. I would like to be able to sound from here, but yeah. So maybe I should have built this before I put it on. Could have been a good plan. Maybe we can. It is true I could, but I also kind of don't want to because while I think the rule system is can be pretty cool, I also think it's unless you play it a lot, I think it's hard to get a good flow in the game. So I'm not gonna I'm too old to try and trick myself in that I will play it because I know I won't. A little bit of a nick there, but I'm guessing that's battle damage now. Isn't that how it usually goes? Why is this battle damage? But that part is battle damage! But if you battle damage, we need to fix the bottom of this in the end as well because we can't have a lot of lines like this, but we'll just put we'll just glue something in place there in the end. Never too old, but well, I am too old to fool myself anyway with that. That doesn't mean I won't buy any Infinity models in the future to like paint or mess around with because I like the models, but it's not something I'm not gonna trick myself by like you might want to play it because there are some people in the area that plays Infinity. Uh, well, nobody plays anything right bloody well now, but you know what I mean. So it's not I can't use that as like as nobody to play with because I can always get people to play with. But it's cool and interesting, but I just don't feel it's a game for me. I can learn the rules, I just don't like, at the same time as I like it, I don't like the way how everything interacts with everything and creates that sort of stop motion play style. A bit of plastic pipe just to try and cut some holes into the craft foam. Yeah, well, I have all the people that have played games with before, and we have a gaming club, so I mean, I don't have a problem finding people. But the first thing that's gonna happen is, of course, we're gonna get back to our, well, I guess we're gonna start a new season of Blood Bowl because the new rules are out, have been out for quite a while now, and everybody's eager to get back on the Blood Bowl horse. I just hope I can get enough money to buy myself a Nurgle team before that, so I can play. Because I had a Nurgle team that I custom made, but I sold it when I stopped playing them, and I kind of want to make a Nurgle team from the official Nurgle team because they are really cool models. Alright, time to break out the third type of glue. And that is the glue that is super. Because tiny bits like this don't like hot glue because they will freaking curl up and run away from you because they're so thin and they are not. I mean, it's still foam. It's time to be a sausage roll, eh? I can understand that. I mean, all you have to do is not sleep during the night and be awake. I mean, you just have to change your rhythm. You just have to throw away your days completely, and you can just hang around here all evening. Well, my evening, your like early morning in the end, I guess. Now hungry. Well, you were the one who's gonna roll into bed, so that means you're a sausage roll. Yeah, good night, sausage. I'll see you around. I like these little like flat detail thingies. They just make it looks like so proper. Oh crap, crud, pixel. You did not think this through in the end. I wanted like a shoulder thingy to go here. Okay, we're gonna have to solve the shoulder thing and see if we have to do something. Yeah, we're gonna see. Cause I like to have the idea of having a mount for things here, but maybe this needs to go in the end anyway, and we'll have to make it lower and then build it up on like yeah. Cause I kind of want this. I forgot about that. Let's make the other one on the other side first, which is gonna be completely different. So let's make that one. Let's make it happen. Cry out loud. You knew you were gonna put on shoulders there. This is gonna be totally in the way. Maybe I can just cut it off here and have like a little box lower. I think so. Because I like how this area is shaping up. Like here. Oh, night night indeed. And then we will pull a 45-ish degree angle there. And we'll do a smaller one at the same ish angle there. And we'll cut that out in one just piece. We might do something down here where it's. We could glue it directly to this, I guess. At first. That is, of course, a pretty good option. And since I'm not going to use this for anything else because it's specifically cut at these angles for this bit, I'm just going to put it on there on the foam, not even making a paper pattern of it. And we'll just cut it all out. We'll just heat this up and bend it around a bit. I think we're gonna leave that gap. Maybe. We should have made it a little bit longer. So we could have, because if we glue this on here now, no. We'll leave a gap there and that will be a panel line, or we'll do something with that. Let's just get this tape off, I hope. Really don't have. Okay, we can just grab the tape that's on the top layers first, I guess. And let's keep things a little bit clear. I kind of want to have a bit of a paper roll, because if I do it like that, we can stretch it out a bit, and then we can fit that in like that. I think I'm gonna do a similar piece. I think I'm gonna actually remove this whole thing and make a similar piece there, and then we can build like the tripod or the mount or whatever we want to call it. Just build it out like that. I think that's gonna be a better plan than the box. We're gonna get rid of the box, boys and girls, and everybody else too as well, I guess. Let's. The box is going. That didn't. That almost didn't go well. So, what movies and topics have we not touched yet? We seem to be stuck on this sort of sci-fi side of things today, which I don't mind. I like sci-fi, so I don't mind that at all. Any other good movie recommendations out there that we should have seen that you might want to shout out, I guess? That's because they're they're kind of popular, so and if it's licensed stuff, it's usually costing a lot of money. I mean, Godzilla stuff is obviously costing a lot of money because there's a new Zilla movie, right? That also will always affect the pricing of even other older things in the franchise, I would guess. I did not know that you were a North Star fan, though. That's cool. Not that I'm super versed in it myself, but I have a friend who is. You're punished for liking a popular item. That's how it is. It's the it's the way of the economical powers of the world. Oh crap! This was. I've seen some of it, mostly because like it gets talked a lot, especially at our old gaming club. That was a pretty big uh, topic at times, including having really making really fun at the thing. Because I'm guessing you have seen the Swedish dub. Oh crap! Can I even get this off here without breaking anything? The Swedish dub is hilarious. Oh yeah, oh yeah, it was just stuck like that, and then it's just some hot glue down here then. And you know what we can do with that? We can heat up hot glue again. We can heat up the hot glue again. And hopefully we can get it to come loose. A little bit anyway. Don't really want to break this. Yep. The only thing that is more funny when it comes to Swedish dub is Cyborg 009. Cyborg 009 is Swedish dub. It is so far out there. I don't even think that's a Swedish person doing all the voices. I think it's just somebody who reads Swedish. It just and the translations doesn't make sense, like at all in most cases. A little bit of a battle damage here, but that's a nice actual battle damage there, to be honest. And most of this will be covered up, and this will be seen like on the edge here, but we can make this side a bit more borky broken if we wanted to. We should probably remove. Okay, we'll have to sand this off mostly then. I have not seen that. It feels like something I need to look up because it's fun to have seen all the stupid stuff like that. Okay, we'll sand this down because I really don't want to mess up this piece too much because it's a big piece that will have to be removed if it's too broken. I like this that it cuts off. Yeah, I really like those angles. That makes me happy. So what do we sand you off with? And we'll take the machine to that later then. So let's do another one of those patterns that I wasn't gonna be doing anymore. But the thing is, they're not exactly the same both sides, so we might as well just make a pattern. Tiger mask, okay? I don't even know what that is. Sorry if the ripping sound in this close to the mic is annoying. Hmm. Oh yeah, this is a little bit of a bulge here because this is not looking the same. I still want to have. Okay, so let's still need that a little angle. Give me done. Yes, Swedish dubbing. That's gonna be what we in the business call close enough. Let's mark out where the glue is gonna go. And let's scuff up this bright and shiny plastic. Let's get our glue something to really work with. And then we start on working on filling this up tomorrow, I think, because that's I'm gonna call that a part of the details, and we'll do details on this tomorrow. And then by tomorrow's ending of stream, this is gonna be finished. So we'll see how long we'll have to stream tomorrow, basically. But I'll do like I did today. I worked before the stream as well. I mean, I could start the stream early, but it's nice to have company, but it's also nice to like be by yourself, just working away at some points as well. Otherwise, I would be streaming all days of the week basically, because I'm building all days now. Gonna probably be here on Sunday as well, even though I don't usually go to the workshop on Sundays, just so I can squeeze out as much working time as possible on this project now. Because, well, needs to get done, yo. Okay, waiting for that to dry. Ah, yes, exactly. That's what's going on. The ultimate online cosplay championship. Oh, so much of this design and everything is gonna be, I was gonna say saved, but it's going to be so complete with the paint job later. I'm looking forward to that a lot. Need to start on the undersuit next week so I can see how everything looks with the undersuit on. Yeah, I need to make. I'm probably gonna put a round thingy like here, just to fill out as well, just to fill out so it looks like there's plate on plate on plate. Also, either we put well, thin craft foam bits like this, like it's clamped in place, or we will have to put some sort of a screws or rivets or something. We could also, will that look good? No. But we can also make small armor plates on top of all of this if we wanted to. And we can build stuff here. On the front we're not gonna, but on the back side here we could actually build things. Can actually do that. Right, while the glue is drying, we can take, because now we have two equal thicknesses here, so it's going to be easy to make like a shoulder bit, and I think we're just gonna, is what we're gonna do. Basically, yo. And that will be, yeah, so we're gonna have to make a, it's not gonna be that, it's gonna be rounded. And, okay, time to do some measuring and extrapolating some data. And look like we're thinking about things. So if somebody comes into the stream right now, it's gonna be like, oh, this guy looks super smart and knowledgeable about what he's doing because he's looking at things seriously. It's like, oh, imagine just like a, yeah, like a, oh yeah, I know what that mount thing is gonna be made of. We are gonna make it from a PVC pipe, of course, of course. While we're waiting for the glue to completely dry, let's do the cutting off. Because it would be really cool to mount a light there of some sort. Just to have another cool, cool thing. Cool thing. Still haven't figured out what to do with the rest of my upper body yet. Because this is just covering the top torso, like, right? So I'm probably gonna extend this downwards like this much, probably by a piece on the inside, so we get another sort of layered look. But I don't want to cover the whole body in just foam, wrapped in foam, because it's gonna be really impractical to take on and off as well, and walk around in, because you're not gonna be able to bend because it's gonna be pretty rigid. We want to be able to do some cool poses, I suppose, as a cyborg ninja dude. So this is basically gonna go in on this side, straight in like that, and then we're gonna bend it so it goes up and back, so it doesn't hinder the head from from move, from moving so much. So there we go. Yeah, and with this damage there, I think we might work in some actual damage on this side. This is a prototype, he's been through stuff and stuff and shit. So maybe this should go over here. I'm not going to make a hole anywhere yet. We're going to bend this first, and to do that, we're going to use the heat gun, and we're going to use this cool little thingy, which is a long spring, which is actually made just for this. This is literally a tool to bend PVC pipes. Oh, it's That's not supposed to happen. I must have heated it up too much because it did fold now. It's not supposed to do that. That's why you have the spring inside it, because then you can just pull that out. That's usually try to try and avoid that. Okay, well, something like that in the end, or like that way maybe. I don't know. Without the weirdness that I it was too warm there and not enough, and not enough warm on the other side. Should have done it the other way around. Alright, but I think the glue is dry now. But basically that's what we're gonna do and put, well, it's gonna be cut off here basically, but it's gonna put on the shoulder like a little swivel thingy for lights, or I mean like maybe a camera for operation people. We actually glue that on. We don't have any glue to wait for. You just came up with the idea and ran with it, which can be good, but let's focus on making the shoulder parts first. Let's focus on making the shoulder part first. And that is basically gonna be like 28, no, well, 28 down here. Yeah, let's make it 30. And then we will measure like 23, 30 lots. Okay, I think we're gonna have to. Oh wait, didn't I have a roll? Yeah, there we go. I got some hot glue on my tape measurement. That's not good. Let's see if we can. We can measure with something that is a little bit more rigid, which is always a good plan in cases like this. By taking a bit of this thread, this metal wire, or whatever wire you have handy that can keep its shape. Cut that off. And then we can go like, okay, we want it to be like here or so. And then we know how long the bottom line I wrote 30 on the paper down here should be, and this is probably going to be a bit longer. Well, it's not much longer. 32, so it's a pretty good estimate anyway. And then I will need, I should have marked out exactly where this went. Okay, so let's bend it back. And I was going to reuse this wire for the next measurement, but I think we are going to do this. And we keep this, and then we're gonna make a light mark on both sides, like so. And then, because this is, we have a solid surface to measure on, so we don't really need another wire bit here. We can just go, that's about 22 centimeters. So yeah, that's gonna be an interesting shape to make. But what we have to do then is that we'll split this into two parts. So this gets removed, and this side is 11 and that is 11, and this is 16 and that is 16. So 16. We have a sort of estimate of our curvature. So what we do now is take another paper. This any other measurement is irrelevant right now. And this one is going to be 11. That doesn't really translate well. And this would be like a cup now. Oh yeah, this... No, I'm thinking it backwards now, aren't I? Come on, Pixel, you've done this like 100 times. Is it this bend we need to make? And that is the straight part? I guess we could. Actually, all we need to do is... No, now I have... Oh, I am not... I'm gonna go and put on my kettle so I can have some more tea while I think this through. Oh yeah, because that's the straight edge. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about this backwards. No. Oh yeah. And then there is... If I bend this now, that... Why can't I figure this one out all of a sudden? I've done Because basically what you do, I can actually even show you, because I have done it on the oh, top of the arm, uh, which is like this bowl, this sort of shape that goes over your shoulder, because it goes over the shoulder. You can see there's a line here, and it's cut in between there. So you pull this in. Basically what you do is you draw, and if you glue these together, and if you heat this up and then shape it a bit, and then you glue this together, you're gonna bring this to be around. So this is what I need. I need that one to be 11 and that one to be 16. And this one should also be 11 if they're gonna be symmetrical. Yes. Okay, time to go and get some tea. I'm not gonna put up a be right back because I'm just going around the corner to get the tea and then I'm coming back. I'll be right there. I'm not on camera, but I'm still here doing the things, making the stuff. And the easiest way, well, that is not gonna be 11, is it? Well, the easiest way is to keep making things out of the this. Hi, Nikki. Hi, Nikki Mom. You had school until 5. Oh, yeah, at least it's done now. Welcome in. Nice to see you. How are you doing now that you are free from school? Does it feel better? Yeah, we're making some serious progress on the chest armor in a way. We're just gonna temporarily hold this bit of wire in place so we can use it to measure out things like that, and then we can soon, yes, soon as there is Easter and more time for streams, indeed. Well, if you have posted it somewhere, you can post a link to it. I don't have a Discord yet where you can post things. I am setting one up slowly, really slowly. But if you have put up your images on like an Instagram or something, you can definitely share it. Is this uh, is this the shurikens? Are we going to see some shuriken action? Shuriken fridge magnets? And that's about 13 to the middle, and from there to there. So that one is 13. Okay, so now we need to make one that is 11 to get that. Okay, now we're rolling, and we don't need that right now. Because links are allowed in the chat, you don't need a permit or anything. So if you do have images somewhere and you want to show something off, it's absolutely okay. And then we'll make this into sort of an arch from that point. And then we will, oh, so I have measured out 16 at the bottom here. And then we will measure up, we have our 13. Oh. And I'm guessing you're not an Instagram user then. If you have showed it off in anybody, someone else's Discord, you could technically link that image, I think. But yeah, yeah, and I don't know when the Discord is ready, but it will happen at some point. Might want to get that done though, actually soon. So probably, hopefully, maybe this week. I mean, I need to just figure out what kind of channels I want in there and make it happen. That's not ever gonna work, is it? If I bend that and do that, it's gonna curl up way too much. No, that is not the way to do it. How am I stuck on this? I see. Well, how am I stuck on this silly little thing? Do I have? Okay, I'll have to cut a bit off then, I guess. Because if I cut it like that, just what am I missing? What am I missing in my thought? I'm missing something in the way I am tackling this issue. So I'm trying to not look at it and just let it come to me. And I'm also getting some new paper so I can keep sketching things. Because I've made these patterns before. All right. Good night, Nosferatu. Thank you for hanging around. It's been a pleasure as always. I will drink some tea and figure this stuff out. It's a wood end arm thing, and I reconfigured the sign as a paint to cut because I lost your box cutter and my exacto knife is too small. Oh my. Wood end arm thing. That sounds intriguing. I am curious now. I am really curious about that. Okay, let's go with a experiment of this then. Let's just wing it. The hands, claws, and all five fingers need to, yeah, making like bits for finger. I'm gonna have to make like cybernetic glove-like hands so I can have my hands look robotic as well. So that's gonna be interesting. I have a few ideas of how I want to try out. See what I'll end up doing in the end. Just seems so small, but then again, this isn't a full big shoulder pad you're talking about, Pixel. This is actually kind of small thing. So you might be just overthinking the whole bloody mess right now. So it's like a hand, it's not like glove, so it's like a controlled hand with moving fingers on, or yeah, I love doing that. Just make like a hand or like a head or like half a helmet or something just to see if it's gonna work out like you think. That's the best way to learn, according to me. Just try stuff. Sometimes the experiment is the like whole point of it. So it does never have to really become a finished thing in the end either. You can just make like a wood hand. You have a cool wood hand. You know? It's a glove. Okay, so it's gonna be okay. Yeah. So I just heated it up because this is kind of cold because it's metal. So I just heated it up so it doesn't steal so much heat from the foam when I'm starting to shape it. And then if I glue these together, yeah, because that's the oh, that's the issue I'm gonna end up with. Yeah, 'cause this is gonna now go this way, and it's gonna get exactly. So it's this angle here. That's why I ended up with so much trouble. Because this is not supposed to be pointed in like this. This is supposed to be a line like that. So that line. Along. Okay. So we need that. That line needs to be totally straight. Is that the one that's going to be the straight line and this is going to be the curved line? If I make that the curved line and that the straight line, and then I fold it like yes, that's the plan, that's the pattern, that's the pattern. So we need a straight 11, a 13, and so these are the points we need to match up along the 11 straight line. Okay. So that is 11. And then we can have, oh yeah, we should have a, not this one, we should have a piece that is 16. This one is the whole 32. Shall we make a, let's make a new one so we can keep the 32. Let's keep the 32. And I'm not that exact, but around 16. Now, explaining what you're doing is really tricky. That can absolutely be super hard. I can usually explain when people are around or when people are asking, but making like a video tutorial, I don't know if I have the patience for it either. Okay, so we need this one to go together with this one. That doesn't make sense. Because the pattern should have this general shape. It really, really should have that general shape. Maybe they should all be bent. For some reason I have like this big mental block about this pattern, and that's weird because I've made it before. I've made rounded shoulders and stuff before, because what you basically do is that you create a curve here, and as you glue them together it will want to pull the shape in. But that's the right length. So the thing is, this one needs to be rounded, so I think the long one needs to be the round one. Is this supposed to be the straight shape? Or is no one of them supposed to be straight shape? Because it's quite an absurdly big angle, I guess. Maybe that's what I need to do. This curvature is too like big. I'll just wait until that looses in my head, and we'll keep figuring out, because now that we have some damage here, I'm actually going to make this part damage, which means I probably make some damage on the back side of the arm as well. Okay, we wanted to fill this up a bit, and then we want to, no, that's for the detail work tomorrow. We can put like in a block here. for now. And then we can put in some pipes here that are gonna have just like on the front here, but there's gonna be, let's, these are gonna be fitted in there eventually. But I'll put them in after painting, I think, so I can easily paint behind here. And then we'll fill this up, and it's gonna be kind of the same on here. And then we'll start addressing these, and if we're gonna want to make the armor going further down the body. I didn't really realize that I have managed to rip off my hairband. Well, yeah. So some kind of a blocky thing. We could make that from the thinner material, I think. So let's tape up and make a pattern for it. So when you're stuck on something like I am now with that pattern that for some reason don't want to work in my head today, just drop it and move on to the next part. Don't get too don't get stuck too long on a piece like that, because it's just gonna make you question things more and more. It's better to just doing something else for a bit. If it is at all possible. I mean, it might be the last thing, everything else might be dependent on that thing and stuff like that. Or do I want something that goes like that? Yeah, I think that will be better. Nothing for a mask, but we're definitely making the sword in the end. That's for sure. I want to have some kind of a handheld prop, and I think the sword is going to be the thing that looks the best. Yeah, don't know if there's gonna be any more face covering with a mask. Because the mask is the visor, the mask is not a permanent. It's gonna be attached with magnets, so I want to be able to take that off very easily. So I don't know if it's gonna be any more face covering, but it's not impossible. We'll see. Yeah, I suppose. Uh, I haven't thought about it super much yet because I decided to focus on the chest piece because by tomorrow, by stream ending tomorrow, I want to have uh, the chest piece built with all the small details. So I'm trying to not distract myself too much, even though I'm thinking about all the other things at the same time as well anyway. I'm trying to fool myself that I won't get distracted at least. So we'll sort of cross that bridge once we get there, I think. Might get some inspiration along the way. These sides are not even. Then we'll cut this out. It's a lot of cutting out the same shape when you're making patterns and stuff like this. Okay, so I want to sand down the backside, and I think it will be smarter to do that uh, before cutting it this small. So we'll do that first. So I'm gonna mute. All right. Let's put it all the way down like that maybe, or yeah, because that's gonna be really wonky looking. So I think that's gonna be a better placement for you. Let's mark out where we want the glute to go. And then we're gonna do the waiting for the glute to dry. What's the time? Oh, 6 o'clock already. Let's have some tea. Let's have some see what's going on over here then. Let's have a look on what's going on over here. Hmm. Oh yeah. So once this is done, and the shoulders are done, and all the details are done, we should be moving on to the arms because that's the natural step, I think. So we'll do sneaky puds and you as well, sweetheart. We should. So the legs are gonna come last. But yeah, if we're really going for the ninja theme, we should really do the right type of footwear. How would that work cybernetically? We could make like slightly long. I don't know. I haven't even thought about legs and feet yet, really. Yeah. Was this? Did he get this sword like randomly after his escape slash set to freedom, or is this like part of the weaponry that he was supposed to have as a cybernetically enhanced soldier? Because if his cybernetically enhancednesses is part of his is like ninja based, he's like some kind of a stealth operative thingy. Well, was supposed to be. Then uh, we could do some, yeah, maybe that. But then we could do some more like ninja style weaponry things as well, I guess. It could also be like a random sword. Somebody tried to, I don't know, some crime syndicate dude tried to strip him for parts and he reactivated or something and defended himself and he took the sword from this dude and yeah. So I always try to think of like why does he have this? Why is this here? What does this do? Why does he have 15 machine guns in his pockets? Like is there's a I want to have a logical reason for it. Uh, like this is like the power core, so this has a reason to be here. But yeah, some we should probably do some tabi toast no matter what. If we're really doing him as a ninja, they sort of based they were gonna base they based him like on old ninja legends and knowledge and things, and tried to make a super soldier that was like a sneaky operative. Of course, this doesn't read sneaky operative to me, especially like a big thingy like that, because the thing with being a ninja is, of course, that you're supposed to be able to blend in. I mean, a lot of the ninja bodyguards that people hired had other professions than just being a super sneaky killy dude, uh, like working in the gardens, which means you have access to sharp tools, for example. Yeah. So, I mean, of course, he's a prototype also. It's not like he's released into service, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the prototype. That's why he's gonna be like a bright color, because I like the idea of the bright color, like a reddish orange, because he's a prototype. And if your prototype stops and breaks down in the middle of the forest, and he's camouflaged color, that's not gonna work. Maybe he has some kind of a stealth module so he can turn invisible anyway. Maybe this is just the prototype power source that they're working with. So we can, if he's a cyber ninja thingy, or if he got lost while they were like he was in like receive instruction mode and he something happened, he fell out of a plane or whatever, and he ended up landing in a I don't know in a comic book store and he read books about like comics about ninjas and that's therefore he's thinking this is what he should do because he was in input mode. There's so many options. But every step I take, I always start thinking about, okay, why? It's not just like the rule of cool, we make this here with like 25 spotlights here. Why? Why would you have 25 spotlights? Okay, stop. Think. Why? Always ask why. I've been thinking about this backwards. The straight line is here, and then the curved line is here and here. So there's an 11 straight. And then there is, I just had them here and then I put them away because we're not using these anymore right now. Where did I literally just had, oh well, actually we can use the armature wires. So we'll have one that is, oh this is about 16 actually. So this is like this part. Then we have that one and then we'll have 13. Then we'll have a, then this will go here. So this is the back side. Back, and if we flip it like that, that's the front. What's a ghost runner then? I am not familiar as far as I know. I might just remember something when you talk about it, I guess, but it doesn't ring a bell. Oh, hey, thanks for the resubscription, Artsy. Love You, thank you. That is super kind of you. And hello. And then we'll put this. That'll be that'll be that. That'll be that. So it's cooled down, and if we put like warm foam here, a lot of the heat. I'm doing super well. I'm doing even better now. Like an awesome subscriber coming in and resubscribing. I'm doing well. Otherwise, I've just managed to figure out why I couldn't make this shoulder thingy. The funny thing is I'm gonna cut a hole here and I'm gonna, yeah, it's not gonna look like this when it's done anyway. But anyway, this is pretty cold, and if you put warm stuff on it when this is heated, it's gonna transfer a lot of heat in. So we're gonna start by heating up the metal here. How are you doing, RC? I hope you're okay. Ah, it's a game about, okay. But Robot Super Ninjas, oh well. Squeezy, 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 squeezy. Make you round. Squeezy, squeezy, squeezy. I wish I'd known about that game. I could have just made that character. Oh, there we go. See how simple it is when you start thinking about other things and let your brain work out the problems in the background. The thing is, I want to cut it out like this, and then I want to cut out a little bit of a, so it's gonna be like a weird H shape, basically. I think is the best way to describe it. But yeah, of course, this is a straight line. We can see it now, like this. Well, it's curved this way, but in every other plane, it's a straight line. So simple. Just look at it from another perspective. Look at it from another way. Way, 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 way. Way, 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 way. Yeah, I hope you are well, Archie, as well. No, it's not dry yet. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. No touch it. Because I kind of want this. Oh, I should put one of those buckle thingies back here and there as well. Actually, because I want them to sort of show through. I want to make some detail here that shows through. Then we just roll these together. Oh, nope. This is what happens when you do this too early. It wants to bend out and it starts to thread like that. Just open it all again and put on some new glue and then sit back and relax and enjoy the freaking ride. You're feeling kind of dizzy? Am I making you dizzy by my all woozy woozy? Or are you feeling sick? Should you call somebody? If you're feeling sick, you should have yourself checked out. Or are you using too much glue in a confined area? Because that's not really healthy. I do not recommend this. I have like a huge room and you can see ventilation thingies. So we're pretty well ventilated in here. Have you eaten and drinking properly? Because that can make you dizzy otherwise as well. It's very hot and sunny outside. Oh, well, try and cool down a bit maybe then and make sure you are hydrated so you don't have lost too much fluids. Oh, I like how this like curves in so many different ways. I like it. I like it, like it, like it. And we're gonna wait properly for this time. Okay, Pixel? Did you hear me now, Pixel? You're gonna wait for that properly. We want to save this though, because that's we're gonna make at least one more. Still, oh yeah, and there's still some wet glue on the edges. Well, I should also take my own advice. I'll go and get a refill on my water bottle because I have yet again emptied it out. That feels okay. Oh, it's still a bit slimy in here though. Well, this part and the bottom is actually gonna get cut out as mentioned. Which is good because this doesn't What's wrong with you, glue? What's wrong with you? Why are you being mean to me, glue? Well, that part is gonna get cut off anyway, so whatever. Whatever. So this should be going kind of like that. And then I kind of want to open up the bottom. And then we'll probably round off the corners maybe. We'll see. And then I was gonna use it on this side first actually, so let's put it there, more or less like so. And then we'll take that out as well. We can actually put you in place and see. Let's put you in place with some tape. Let's see. I don't know if sits good actually, so let's try that. All right, yeah, go and sleep, lay down, rest. And if you're feeling really sick, you should definitely think about calling somebody about that. You take care of yourself. Because my plan is to have like a, I'm gonna probably open this up a little bit more maybe. Or should you actually even be like down there, and then we'll put maybe I'll have to even you out a bit, but maybe that's the way. Like down on this ledge or whatever we're gonna call it, or up there. This piece is gonna get opened up anyway, because if we put it here, we can put another strip on top of that. That's gonna make some interesting lookings. So we can open. This gluing did not want to hold on to this at all. Let's pretty this up first. So that way or that way is the question. I don't like this. I'm gonna cut this open like I'm supposed to, and let's take it from there, I think. Where's the scalpel? There you are. Which is really funny because now I can just cut these pieces out flat and just I could cut this out all flat and just shape it because it's such a little piece that needs curving, and I don't have to bother about patching it at all. I guess we could lift it up like this, not have it like there. That could work actually. Yeah, I think that is it. Because the plan is to make a small shape that sort of is gonna hang out here, but it's kind of loose, so it moves with the arm, so it's not like a stiff armor plate. Yeah, so I think we're gonna, because if we can make this in one piece, it's much better because then we don't have to bother about trying to worry about this seam in the middle of everything. So we'll just, well, that's neat and tidy. That is precisely fitting in there, like literally exactly, just about. Oh no, it stopped making things blue again. But I can still see the lines where it's pressed into the foam. So let's just fill that in. Here we go. I feel that this should be rounder. I'm gonna make it rounder like that. Like that. Because if I can get these on, and if I can figure these out today, uh, then I am confident that this whole chest piece can be done by tomorrow, the end of stream tomorrow. Because now we're just talking small details on the back here. Basically is what we're doing. Uh, Cables and buttons and I don't know, stuff and things. Also, if you're not very sure about what you're doing, don't do what I just did and cut all the way through the material at once. But if you feel confident, go ahead. Make my day. Let's heat up our cool anvil. And then we'll heat up our piece. That is a thing of beauty. Okay, let's flatten this back out again because we want to use, well, we did change this curve, but I don't think we need to be too worried about that because it's not perfectly symmetrical, which is a thing that I like in this case, by the way. But so we need to make another one, but backwards, but we can use the original. We can just round this out a bit again. And then we're gonna put it the right way, and then we're gonna glue both of these in. Super exciting day, super exciting day. This is a day of super duper 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 excitement. Yeah! Oh look, more scrap bits. And we want it this way around this time. Let's just use the marker instead. Tracing this out. And then this is the side where we did the change. So we'll do a similar change thingy. We'll do a similar thingy. Yeah, we were talking about movies earlier, and we talked about Aliens and the Alien series of movies, and how I just watched Alien and Aliens again, and I really am sort of itching of to make a marine colonial marine armor from Alien. Our anvil is still warm, so we don't have to heat that up. Yeah, you never know. That looks pretty much like the sames. Them looks like them sames. Alright, and let's make some marks. Then I can sort of extrapolate the, well, actually we'll just glue this on, I think, and then we'll match the other one around. He might be sponsored, you know. I don't know. Maybe he was a Marine. Maybe he just liked Marines because Marine Corps are tough dudes or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just like an American thing. Uh, like the go-to. We need to have some soldiers, and they're doing kind of this, and that sounds kind of like the Marines. So let's call them Marine. I mean, that's what they do in like Aliens. They're just not on a boat. They're on a spaceship. Are there actually people in Avatar sequels? Like the blue avatars? No, not at all. I liked the first one because it was pretty. That's all I liked about it. I don't think that's a great movie. It's one of those, oh, look at all the shiny special effects we have. Otherwise, it's just Pocahontas. Literally, it is Pocahontas story. Oh, evil natives come from faraway lands to steal our land. Wordy, 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 wordy. It's like the Disney Pocahontas even because it's like a happy love story. The real Pocahontas is not a love story at all. It's a horrible life. That's the horrible destiny, whatever we're gonna call it, for a poor young native woman. Space Pocahontas, basically. So no, not interested. Yeah, I mean they were talking about it right away. Oh, we're gonna build on this. We're gonna make more. We're gonna do it underwater this time. So we have even more bioluminescent stuff. All it, they're still at that. Wow. I thought people had forgotten about that. So many bad stereotypical characters like I'm the fighting colonel. I like to shoot things. I'm gonna don't care about what my bosses say because now I have a big mech and I'm gonna walk around and kill everything, shoot rockets, yeah, fight, fuck yeah. It's like really that's your character that you send into space and critical missions. That's the dude that you're allowed to do. Okay, yeah, good plan. Four sequels all at once. Wow. No, I'll pass. Thank you for the most part on that. I mean, it's super pretty, and if you remove some of the characters and some of the stuff, it could be a good movie. But it's just, nah, it doesn't thrill me at all. Oh, this makes me so happy. Might put, I mean, that's gonna cover stuff up under here, but whatever. Uh, might put something over like this way. I don't know. I'm just super happy right now about how this is coming together because it's starting to like come together, and that's always the awesomest, funniest moments. of any project? Well, I'm glad he enjoyed it. I mean, a lot of people enjoyed it. I thought it was a really great movie. I thought it was an okay movie. But when the storyline sort of progresses because of a character is like stereotypically bad character, like I'm the evil colonel dude, so I like to shoot everything. Also, I think that anybody who's in the service should be really upset about that because it really makes anybody who serves looking like, I mean, if like there, that's where the stereotype comes from, right? That's everybody. That's like that's what Marines are like. I don't believe that. Never saw it in 3D as well. No, me neither. It's 3D is not good enough yet for me to be bothered with wanting to see it in 3D. It's just annoying with the glasses and stuff, and it's like, oh, because you can, it's not, it's not perfect enough to be worth it, in my opinion. I think, oh, yes, yes. And then we'll put like a flap that comes out here but goes like out. Yeah. Mm. This, by the way, this design feature, that is Colonial Marines special. I guess more people have done it, but I saw that on I literally paused when I was watching Aliens, and I was like, oh yeah, that's how I want my shoulder. That's so good. And then you'll put like a thing in here, and this, yeah, gives you depth, detail, and everything. It's one. The design of that movie. It's today's the movie. Today, today's the day where I rant about aliens. By the way, in case you haven't missed, if you missed that. Apparently, that's how it is today. That's it's Aliens Day. Gravity. Oh, is that the movie where she's like stuck in orbit and decaying and stuff? She's like, oh, we're gonna fall. Is that the fall movie? Oh wow, this is not supposed to be that up. Oh crap! Come on, come on, come on. You're supposed to be like down there. I didn't. I never saw that movie. That's a movie that just went by me. Yeah, exactly, because they don't know exactly where she is, and she's like floating, and it's just critical. Yeah, I never saw the movie. I was gonna watch it, and I was like, well, I heard it was gonna come out, and I was like, okay, new movie, and then it's like, this is the plot, and it's like, that sounds not interesting to me, enough to me to watch it, so I didn't. Sorry, Jody, you're not interesting anymore. Okay, let's do a test. Yo, Sharko! Hi, welcome in. We're making armor still. Well, technically it's a cybernetically enhanced part thingy of humans. House prices also up. It's also a direction. It's usually that way, away from your from the ground. So up could be many things, but otherwise, what's up here is, well, cosplay competition, competition builds. So here's the question, how that sort of interacts. Okay, so I'm gonna bring you up. That needs to move forward. That needs to move forward, Pixel. Your arm needs to be like in that zone. Yeah, that whole thing needs to move a lot forward. Been hanging out on roofs last call. You're done with sheds now. Are you breaking up with sheds? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so let's be disappointed about how that fitted in with the arms. And now that I look at it, yeah, mm, totally breaking up with sheds. It was going super well actually until I just now realized that these are totally misaligned with everything because I didn't think about, hey, maybe you should try this on, like, because this needs to be like here, and that's gonna be looking like really odd. So we're gonna put this on again with the arm, and then put on the arm, and then we'll try and align this up because it can't be there. It needs to be like here apparently, and I might need to redo this so it's a bit bigger. So it starts there and it goes to back where it originally was. So we might need to make it a bit bigger. We'll duct tape it in place this time and see what's going on. Otherwise, it's going pretty well. Well, lucky contact cement doesn't really eat into the material, so you can literally rub it off. That I might. I don't read many comics these days, but it's not like I'm against it. All right, let's try this again. Alright, so let's redo this. Let's remake this pattern bigger. So, well, basically we could split it down there, move it apart like 4 centimeters or so. And that will make a paper pattern. And while we are doing this, we are also making these little bit longer. All right, let's do this then. I just had to say, if once these are done, and they're soon done, I'm feeling quite confident that we will be on time and can do this and finish this chest piece off by tomorrow. I had to say it, didn't I? Ah, do we have any thin scraps of that size? I think you are a bit too thin, and I also have another plan for you, but still. Yeah, it is. Well, and there's nothing but cutting out a piece of this then. Well, if I ever get a chance to read that comic, we shall know. How are you doing today then, Shark? Well, except that you're having a hard time and having a breakup with the sheds. I mean, everybody knows that's the thing that can make you shed tears. No, no, no applause for that one. Okay. is cool. Let's heat it up. Let's try and tape this in place and put it on. And if it works, I will be super happy again. Right now, I'm just medium happy. I'm pretty happy with how this is going anyway, to be honest. It's the first, no, it's actually the second setback today where we had to make a change. So all all other things, and we had to make totally remake things twice. Once because it didn't fit, and once because we didn't like how it looked. So yeah, not too bad. Might maybe these should be like hinged here, so they're actually movable, so they're not glued in place. Because if this is one line, you can hinge both of them, and it should be able to. Oh. Okay, let's try it on. Yeah, just trying to get my posture pretty decent as well. Because if I just stand and hang, it's like there. Otherwise, it's. And that feels kind of okay to me. Let's sleeve up. So if we bend, if I straighten up properly, if I have some posture, that's. It's not super bad. And I like the position of it. It looks good from the front. Yeah, Batman suit shouldn't be too hard. But yeah, I like where this is like in how this is interacting with each other. Maybe thinking about Batman too often. Well, what you think about when you're alone in your room is between you and Batman. Oh yeah, let's see how this works when I'm trying to like move. If I can glue it on. Well, Batman knows everything, right? He's like supposed to be that super mega ultra deluxe mega smart dude. Let's bring out the big camera. Yeah, so that cannot be glued in because that need to be able to do that. So that needs to be sort of hinged in, pivot around these top corners. That's not a big problem though. There's a bit of a gap between here, which is what I want because it will just add more interesting things to look at. Yeah, but that needs to be able to move, otherwise you can't really move your arms more than that. And that's just not ninja enough. Right, that's not ninja enough. Okay, so it needs to hinge around these 2 points. I am very happy with the placement though. So we are going to mark out where they are gonna go. Just so we can keep track of that for a bit. And then we need to make a hole in here and ah, it's kind of roomy on the inside, so that's good. Just gonna do it the simplest simple way. Also, can you think about Batman too often? Or is it just that you think about him a little bit more than the average human? And is that really too often? I mean, if you think about it too often and it's not okay, Batman theoretically should know about it and come and tell you, hey, can you stop thinking about me for just a second, dude? It's a bit distracting to keep track of that as well. Okay, and this could be, yeah, but not too often. That's good. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use some plastic pipe and a wooden skewer, and we're gonna make this little thingy hinge, like right through here. But we're not gonna make a visible mark on the outside. Da, da, da. Oh, this is the thin stuff. Should be fine anyway. Okay, so the plan is we'll make a hole and we're gonna hot glue the hell out of this and like glue this in place here. the same on the other side. And then we're going to make a hole where this is going to go through. And in that hole, we're going to put in some plastic rod so it doesn't wear on this material. And we're going to glue that in place with super glue. And then this rod will go in, come out on the inside, and we will cap this off. Question is this gonna be enough? Do I need to push this through? I kind of want to. Well, that would make it like a rivet there, I guess, which would make it visible to the human eye if we do like that. We can also cover that. And then this needs to be like 2 layers of foam thick, because it's 1.5 layer. I'm calling this a layer, and the other one that's half as thick, half a layer, just to make it easy to keep track of. I do have one of these pipes lying around here. And then we're gonna measure out how much of this pipe we are going to need. We're gonna break that off. We're gonna take some of the super glue, and go and get the toothpick. We will put some glue into this little hole, and we will insert our little plastic rod, and it should get stuck there pretty quickly because, well, it's super glue. It's not, doesn't take that long for it to actually cure. We can also start by gluing this a little bit with super glue, and then we'll add some, because super glue is kind of brittle, so we want to reinforce this with some hot glue, because that's more of a rubbery, well, plasticky, I guess, because it is plastic. Sort of glue leads a lot of strength in it. I'll just squish it around, make sure. Then we don't want any extra glue on the stick, because it is gonna be too thick to go through the pipe. And that will then go in through the pipe and not all the way, and it's gonna get stuck for some weird reason. That's not the plan. Did I get glue up on this stick anyway? Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't hot glue you then. Well, we're not gonna hot glue this from the inside on the other side, that's for sure. Because that was just a mess now. Here we go. And that is now going to be able to, and we can see that this stick is moving with the material, which is exactly what I want. We'll see if this stick is actually, doesn't it come through to the other side? Oh crap, I need a longer stick. The point is that on the inside we're gonna take a piece of the thin foam. Actually, we don't need to take any thing from there at all. We'll take one of these and we will glue it like that, and that will keep it from sliding off. But this stick that I have mortally glued in with super glue and hot glue is too short, because I was too sure about the length of it. Ripped out some of the foam, but I think that's gonna be well enough to work. It's not gonna be a lot of uh, pressure or pulling or anything on this anyway. And then on the top side we'll take a small, one of the smallest, or make a smaller one of these round bits, and we'll make like a covering, and that's what we're gonna do. That's where we're gonna put the hot glue, and then it's gonna be all well. Okay, that's super glue needs to have some accelerant on it, just so there's no sticky bits left, and that will just push through the whole thing. Whoa, that's grabbing. Here we go. Let's get you in on some of this sweet, sweet action. So, and now all we have to do is cut this off at a good and appropriate length. We'll take one of these bigger chunk thingies. We will slice that off. Poke a hole in it through the middle. Well, get some super glue inside that hole, but not in so many other places. And let's push this onto the little wooden dowel. And since it's a foam thingy, it shouldn't, even if this moves, it shouldn't be like annoying on the body. And there's gonna be clothing underneath anyway, but it's always nice to not chafe like crazy. I think I want a smaller one than these though, because it just looks really big and big and clumsy this way. Not a huge fan of that. Even if this is like an edge where you can get stuck on, having big chunks of things like that sticking out is never really a properly good idea. I do have some smaller ones here though, so we can just literally... Oh, did I break something? Or did that... Oh, it just moved. Oh, is this not stuck to the sticks anymore? Okay, so we need some hot glue there. And we need one of the... I need to cut this flush. Or flusher anyway. You know what? I think it's time for a googly eye. I also need some better clippers that can get closer. So we'll take some flush clippers that means that they are flat on the back side. So you can cut things really, really close off. Like that. Uh, yeah, it moves the whole thing around so it is glued in there. That is good. And right, the first googly eye of the build. And the point is with googly eyes that they are really nice, not completely spherical shapes, but they're really good for to use as rivets on cosplay stuff. Because it's gonna get painted over. Oh, dude, should I actually be putting these on before painting if they are moving? That is a good question, Pixel. We might need to reconsider it. We might need to reconsider this. We might want to paint, I guess, so just so we don't get paint and primer around the edges, so this dries in place and then we crack everything up. Yeah. Okay, so we know that this fits. We have them made. We are happy with what we have done. Well, we have a pattern. We have one made and we have a pattern, but yeah. And we know that these are gonna have to be hinged, but that works super well. It's not a complicated hinge at all. Uh, we are gonna have to remove it though, because uh, yeah, I got a bit carried away with that one. Uh, oh, we will put, yeah, so we'll have to paint these separately, but we will mark out where the holes and we're gonna put in the little tubes anyway. But yeah, we know that works, so it's gonna work on the other side as well. Of course. And I wanted the shoulders done when they are, well, in theory done, because we know that they're gonna work. We don't have to have them done, and that means also means I can get time to sand them out. But yeah, they're gonna work fine if we hinge them like that, so they can move with the arm. Oh yeah, that's why I actually wanted this from the beginning, the cutout like this, because if this is a whole thing, it's gonna get stuck here. That's the whole reason for this. That's actually the whole reason for this. We could put another piece over here, so this gap is covered. We'll see, probably not. But because if we're going for ninja style, we don't want it to be bulky. We want it to be sleek. Sleek is what we want. But yeah, that means I am slightly positive that we will be finishing off this piece tomorrow. Uh, yeah, because then this will hang until you put it on, and then this will like, yeah, basically. But that means we need to find somewhere to travel, my friends. I shall take you on an adventure. Who are we visiting today? Is any of my building friends online? I was thinking about like any of the other competitors, because a bunch of them streams as well, and I don't. Uh, so I guess I'll do this. I'll do the standard raid by now. We shall. go to brush for hire because I want to hang out there and have a snack after this raid and pack up anyway. So I don't have to raid and run so much. So thank you everybody for hanging out with Little Old Pixel today. Uh, it has been fantastic as always to have you all here. Raid, 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 raid. Exactly. That's what we're doing. We're raid, 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 raiding. So brush the higher. Because I'm gonna hang out there anyway. I didn't see anybody else online that I felt like raiding. So, oh gosh, he's moving on with that Sigwald model. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I'll see you next time. If I'm gonna be back tomorrow, and I'm back on Saturday as well. If you have nothing better to do than hang around here and chit chat about coolest stuff, I'm just gonna click raid now and let's go.